don't have a firm number for the services that nature provides for adaptation, but we know that some of the best and cheapest solutions for adaptation come from nature as well, whether it's protecting coastlines and shores, restoring mangroves, reconnecting rivers to their historic floodplains so that you can manage the variability of water flow where there's drought or where there's flooding by protecting and restoring nature and letting nature do what nature does best.
Terrific, wonderful. And Rosalind, you're nodding, obviously. This is exciting. And also that we talked a lot about adaptation here at the COP. There's a big focus on this. So turning now to Mohab, this is your home country. What are your expectations and hopes from your youth perspective here at COP27?
Yes, so I am hoping that we implement the justice narrative in the next COPs. Implementation starts from here. It should not end at here. It starts from here. Together for implementation, the vibe of this COP. Because in the last decade, we as people from the global south, especially let's say from Africa and from the MENA countries, we are most impacted by climate change. But we're the least contributing to it in terms of the emissions, especially Africa. So we need to make sure that we have an implementation phase that ensures the justice and everyone is delivering their responsibility, like Canada delivering its responsibility, US, etc. Egypt has a small number to contribute, and Africa likewise. So we have to ensure that we have a facility that could facilitate something like this in future decision-making process. My big hope for this year is we create this facility, the loss and damage facility, just to ensure that we have an equitable life. Loss and damage should just be an insurance for an equitable life, and ensuring that we have, as my colleagues mentioned, we should have invest in nature. We should have a climate finance that builds capacities for developing countries to invest in nature. Actually, if we invest in nature, it's gonna come back at us. But if we continue to be unjust, the world is gonna be unjust to everyone.
Very true. Thank you very much, Mohab. Rosalind, I'd like to turn back to you again and ask you about your hopes from your forestry perspective here at the COP. There is much talk about adaptation here initially. What are your hopes about forests staying in the picture and getting enough attention?
So if forests will stay in the picture, it's about we carrying that picture everywhere we go. And I believe that we need a lot of brand ambassadors for forests, because the discussion dies when we stop talking. And last year, the UK COP, as COP26 president, really showed the need to have that dedicated space for forest and nature with the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forest and Land Use, which didn't end there. And I'm sure yesterday you are aware that there was this also big announcement about the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, which is huge. It's bringing together countries to ensure that we achieve the 2030 targets under the Glasgow Leaders Declaration. I believe that this is a call for all countries that have been championing the forest agenda to really come on board. This is the time. The time is now. After a pandemic, when we have gone through crisis, we are rising with forests at the forefront of climate discussions. Forests, as you rightly said, contributing about 30% of the solution we need, but receiving barely 3% of financing on climate action. This is the time with the FCLP, with other initiatives like the FACT Dialogue, like LEAF, that is bringing together corporates and sovereign states to commit to emission reduction payments. We should all be able to carry this and champion the different agenda on forests as ambassadors wherever we find ourselves. And we should not also look at forest action in silos. The beauty of forest action is that, for example, what we are doing in Ghana embraces all the different sectors. Because if you are trying to address deforestation, you are trying to work out very good energy solutions for the cooking sector in rural livelihoods. You are trying to work with the transport industry. You are trying to work with the Ministry of Gender and Children, because you have farmers who are farmers who are women in there, and these women have children who are in schools who can champion the agenda. So if you carry the whole forest message, you are carrying a whole community of actions across different sectors that will help us reach 1.5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a quick reflection from you, Andrew. There's somebody in my ear saying we have 1 minute. So if you could just briefly summarize from your perspective, what is your hope for nature being in the picture here at COP27?
I'm hoping that we can build the bridge between this COP and the biodiversity COP, and then agree as a global community to halt and reverse the decline of nature. So we actually, to me, one of the biggest outcomes from the Paris Agreement was that the world recognized that the global economy was going to have to become low carbon. So my hope that coming out of here and coming out of the Montreal Biodiversity COP is that the world will recognize that the future economy, our future society, needs to be nature positive as well as low carbon or carbon neutral.
Excellent. I'm sure the other two panelists are sharing your same hope for nature getting in its space, enough space and voices and emphasis during this COP. So thank you very much, Rosalind. Thank you very much, Andrew. And thank you very, very much, Mohab, for coming here to Nature's Newsroom. Thank you. And we're now going to show a short video, so stay with us.
My name is Shauna Edberg. I'm the Director of Conservation Programs with Hispanic Access Foundation. And I'm here at COP for the first time because we believe that Latinos and all minoritized communities in the US and abroad need to have more of a say in international climate negotiations. I just really want to make our community's voice heard in whatever way we can best make a difference. So we'll be releasing a report, we'll be speaking at events, we'll be making new partnerships, and hopefully getting more action to protect nature and our climate.
My name is Javier Valdivia. I'm from Mexico, from the south. I'm currently studying a master's degree in forestry. And my organization is Youth for Nature. We are really looking for decolonize the climate justice because at the moment it's just the voices from the global north are listening. So we really bring the voices from the global south, especially for youth, women, and the indigenous population.
Hello everyone, my name is Raiza. I represent Youth for Nature today. I'm from Brazil. I'm currently based in Finland. I'm really passionate about dogs, biodiversity, and cultural diversity. I'm actually very hopeful today. I just came from these big, crazy, divisive elections in Brazil, and the climate has won because of people mobilization and coordination. So I'm very hopeful that finally this year we are going to manage to get some real action around loss and damage. This COP is happening in Africa, so this gives us a lot of hope. And I also believe that we are being able to come together as marginalized groups in solidarity, and this is why I'm very hopeful that we're going to manage good results.
Hi, my name is Aisha Savika. I'm here with Fridays for Future MAPA, and I'm the co-founder of Polluters Out. I think I have three very simple requests, demands, and hopes for this conference. They are as following: a loss and damage finance facility, and in order for that finance facility to be manifested, in order for that finance facility to actually affect and help the communities that need the money, we need the Santiago network established. My hopes and my aspirations do not lie in the COP. They don't lie in the Conference of Parties system. It is all and that in of itself should be a litmus test of whether it was successful or not.
Hi, I'm Joshina. I'm from Mauritius, which is a small island nation in the Indian Ocean, and I'm here with the Commonwealth Blue Charter. I really want to make sure that we make people and nature at the center of all the decisions we're making here, because the climate is affecting both people and nature, but at the same time, the solutions also rely in this space. We have a lot of expectations from everyone here. Previous COPs have failed to achieve the targets that it needs, but COP serves as an accountability mechanism, which I hope this one will, and we keep being more ambitious in our goals.
What a great video, huh? Very hopeful indeed. So nature solutions have very long been overlooked here at the COPs. And this needs to change. It needs to change right now here at Sharm el-Sheikh. So with me, I have two more guests to shed some light on nature's role in this transition that we need to take and make faster to a safe landing place for us here. So with me, I'm going to sit down here next to my fantastic guests. I have with me here Leonardo Lacerda, Global Managing Director for Climate Change at the Nature Conservancy. Welcome to our Nature Newsroom. This is our first Nature Newsroom for this COP. And also I have with me, next to me, I have Elizabeth. You've been on many of our shows. Wonderful to see you, Elizabeth Lahuti. And you are the founder of the Green Generation Initiative. And we are very happy to have you back here on the We Don't Have Time broadcast. So Leonardo, I'd like to turn to you first. We are in this wonderful Nature Zone Pavilion, and we're collaborating here with the Nature Conservancy to make this happen. What is the statement you'd like to make here, helping to host this pavilion? Because you are one of the host organizations, just like we are.
I think the major statement is that nature is our best ally on fighting climate change. We know that 30% of the effort on mitigation by 2030 can be achieved with the forces of nature. But I have other three aspects of this, which is, on my statement, I would like to say that first, we need to look at cooperation. So this is a space for cooperation, but not cooperation for anything, for real solutions. Cooperation between private sector, government, NGOs, and philanthropy coming together. The other is urgency. Although nature can provide that 30%, it will do it with less strength by 2030 because climate itself is changing, weather patterns are changing, and so we need to be sure that we act quickly, the fastest as possible.
Because otherwise we're risking weakening our friend, nature, and she or he will have less power to help us fight climate change, correct?
Exactly, and what scientists say is that after 2050, that force will be even weaker. So we need to do it now and avoid particularly the changes in habitat and habitat conversion.
So thank you very much, Leonardo. Elizabeth, please tell us a bit about the Green Generation initiative that you have started.
Yes, so I started the Green Generation initiative to nurture young children to love nature and to be environmentally conscious, because I'm very conscious of the fact that you protect what you love. So if you're so much surrounded to what surrounds you and you're connected to nature, then you'll definitely do everything it takes to identify the challenges that nature is facing, especially fueled by environmental degradation, and you will step up to do something about it. So one of the initiatives I started through the Green Generation Initiative was to get children in my country to teach them how to clean their own air, to grow their own food, to green their own schools. And one of the initiatives is actually called Adopt a Tree campaign, where every child gets an opportunity to plant and adopt a fruit tree each in their own school compound. So they see the seed grow into a tree seedling, into a mighty tree that's able to produce food and fruits that can supply them with the needed nutrition. And for me, this is really important because it's helping them change their school, change their community, change their country, and eventually change the world.
So Elizabeth, the response from the children in this process, could you give us some examples? What do you see happen with them?
So one of the things that really happens is the fact that they're able to change people around them, because behaviors and attitudes begin to change at a young age. I am in this space because I grew up in one of the most forested regions in Kenya. And growing up as a child, being able to spend so much time around the trees and close to the clean streams is one thing that really shaped my relationship with nature. And today, seeing the streams that were flowing so fast no longer flowing in the same fast speed, and the water levels going down is alarming for me and makes me want to step up and make that difference. And that's the same thing that the children are doing, that's the same message and the same behaviors that they're changing and actually passing on to their parents and the people around them. But what's really difficult is the fact that the same children, as they try and grow trees in their own school compounds, it's the same children who look beyond the school borders and beyond the country's borders and still see big businesses and corporations cutting down much bigger ecosystems, and this is undermining their efforts. So it's actually a bigger problem about individual efforts, but also how that can be undermined if there's no system change.
Well, it's wonderful work you do indeed. How many children do you reach, roughly?
So far, we've reached over 20,000 children, and we try to reach them, especially in places where they don't have that kind of an environment. So you find schools that actually the kids do not have a space where they can find some trees to shelter under, or they're also affected by the food insecurity. So we help them grow their own food in their own school compound. And this is a solution that is really helping children because they're the most affected by the climate crisis. If right now in the ongoing food insecurity crisis that's been fueled by the prolonged drought, it's the children that are the most affected. They're the ones that have to go a whole day without meals in school, or even when the situation is a bit difficult, then they don't go to school. So it's really important that they are a part of the solution as well, and they're fully supported as well.
Well, you're making them into agents of change. That's what you're doing. It's fantastic work. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
So, Leonardo, when you listen to Elizabeth here, I see you smiling. So this is a wonderful example, isn't it? So here at the COP, this is one example. There are others. So from your point of view, why is it important that we start talking more about nature positive here at the COP? What could this facilitate, this focus?
Well, this is exactly what I was laughing about, because this is exactly the type of examples of how to tackle at the same time the triple crisis we are in. Biodiversity crisis, the crisis of losing life forms on the Earth, so a biodiversity crisis, and also the crisis of inequities. The poorest, the most vulnerable are paying the highest price for this, and they are not the responsible for causing the problem. And so having a nature positive effect is how to work with these three very intricately connected crises in a way that is mutually supportive, and not so that one thing that we do to solve one does not cause problems in others. Let me give you two examples. We need to really deploy as fast as possible renewable energy, but that requires land and water. So how can we do that to accelerate, but making sure that our parks and protected areas, beautiful cultural spaces are not, run over by that deployment. So we can do that by right siting. Or, for example, trying to resolve the problem of how to finance this. And our idea, for example, is that there is an upcoming debt crisis. 58 countries in the world are now paying around $500 billion a year on servicing their debts. So can we find ways that together we can do what we call debt for nature and for climate swaps? So those are examples, very concrete examples, how to move solutions on these three connected crises. And here's a fantastic example to see it, how it happens in a field.
So turning back to you, Elizabeth, what are your hopes for the COP from a nature positive perspective?
So one of my main expectations, and just to start with, this is a COP27 where we are talking about climate targets and issues to do with climate. And the leaders who are here in just a few weeks' time are going to be at the COP15 Biodiversity COP. And I think it's important that through this COP27 right now, that attention is also paid to the COP15 Biodiversity Conference, because it's really important that that is actually what is going to help us talk about our targets on biodiversity and what needs to be done. And I don't see that really happening yet at this COP. We're not paying attention to the upcoming COP15 in Montreal, which is really going to be a significant COP for biodiversity and for nature. It's important that these issues are also acknowledged. And also, this being an African COP, I know many people are talking about it as an African COP because it's happening in Africa, but it actually goes beyond happening in Africa. It's also about the present needs of the African continent, the voices of the African continent, because right now it's the same continent where we are facing the worst drought in history. The Horn of Africa right now, we have over 20 million people that are facing climate-related starvation. This is an issue about food insecurity. And if we don't have nature, then there's no food. Without nature, there's no water. Without nature, crops are not going to work, because then where the rains. So we have to really put nature at the center and at the heart of also these conversations, because it's because of how we have continued to wrongly treat nature. We've continued to also sideline nature, forgetting that this is our life support system. So we cannot really also fully achieve our climate targets without nature. We need nature to be at the front and center of the negotiations and of the conversations, and also make sure that we are transforming our food systems in a way that does not destroy our natural ecosystem and in a way that does not destroy nature. Because when we destroy nature, it means that we are destroying our own life support system. In the process, we are destroying ourselves as humanity.
Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Leonardo, what are your hopes from a nature positive perspective? Elizabeth mentioned sort of a stepping stone or a really, really big, important statement here would be promising to bring into the next the biodiversity COP. What is your hope?
Well, listen, one of my hopes with this COP is that we generate two types of act. The first is the act of leadership. We know that we can do it. Look, for example, Indonesia, which was the most important country in terms of deforestation rates, in only 7 years brought that this deforestation 90% lower. We know that that has happened also in the past in the case of Brazil, where they had also decreased it by 80%. So we need to see more of these acts of leadership, but we also need to see other acts of solidarity, because most of the climate burden is being placed on the poorest of the countries. And so we need to be sure that those that put up most of this pollution up in the air needs to also show acts of solidarity. But it needs to be both ways. It's solidarity among people that are solving jointly a global problem. And my sincere hope is that this will be a bridge from this climate conference of the parties to the conference of the parties on the biological diversity that will be coming up in Canada. So I see this space as a space of a bridge.
So when saying that, both of you, is there a specific statement or a number or a focus that would be very beneficiary for the biodiversity COP in Montreal? Can you be that specific? That would be helpful coming out of this COP? Any writings that would be really, really crucial?
Yeah, I think there are so many issues that are at stake right now. And the main issue is actually that recognition that we are not going to achieve all our climate targets without nature. And we actually have to make sure that we are at par with, with the climate targets, in recognition that we cannot do this without massively protecting our biodiversity and also massively increasing investments in nature protection. Because at the same time, it is important to continue into restoration of nature, but also recognize that our existing ecosystems have to stay intact. And this is really important, especially in such a space, because we know of so many projects that still continue to devastate nature, that continue to destroy our ecosystems. And those are not the kind of things that we want to see moving forward from this COP. We want to see nations actually stopping the investments in fossil fuels, because that's also destroying ecosystems at the same time, and also ramp up investments in clean and renewable energy. And I think these are really key issues that can actually make a defining moment for that COP right here, starting at COP27.
So let's hope that we see the final document, that there will be more of nature in it.
Yes, and so part of these negotiations is exactly about Article 6, which is defining the means of collaboration among countries.
Exactly.
And one of the issues is the definitions about the carbon market. So we need to be sure that that carbon market is to the highest level of integrity, and that is taking into consideration indigenous people and local communities as actually owners of that carbon and not just beneficiaries. I think that is a dream that I have. Because that would really help to improve biodiversity conservation in the world. And then the second is really dealing with reducing the deforestation rates, I would say that, or habitat conversion rates, that would be better said.
I will share another dream with you of We Don't Have Time. It's a big dream for We Don't Have Time. We call it We Can Do It. And during the COP in Glasgow, we had a ticker, a clock, a meter that counted up all the fossil fuel subsidies that were handed out since the COP started. And that's a staggering amount of money. Well, it's billions and billions that just keep flowing in the wrong direction. So we just started a campaign that we call We Can Do It. And we ask all the guests this question: if we steer away the money from the fossil fuel industry, the subsidies, if we take them away and put them into green solutions, nature-based solutions, solutions that are pro-climate, not against climate. Do you think we could reach net zero in time? Can we do it, is the question.
I would say we can do it, but then we have to start now, because definitely we have seen what has happened before, where we see leaders coming to such platforms, international platforms, and say one thing about what they will do, but then when we get back home, they do something different. And I think, simply put, there are also some issues with honesty in the COP, because there's need to have a lot of honesty and also responsibility for climate inaction, because that is why we are in this crisis. That is why we have so many lives and livelihoods at stake right now. So it is possible to do it, but then we have to start right now, and then we have to completely carry on holding our leaders to account, because we cannot carry on with the same pattern of pledges being made and not met.
No.
It's really possible, but then it has to start right now. And I think also the civil society, young people, they really have been playing a key role in trying to push for this kind of accountability. And this is something that every person ought to do in each and every sector of the economy, and including governments. Every person has to really contribute, because this is a global problem. And this is the point where we are called to come together for the good of humanity and put everything else and self-interest and differences aside and say, this is because we have to save people's lives and livelihoods and take the urgent needed action right now.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm going to be ask my friend Rosie here to join me on stage. This is Rosie from our campaign. And we have thousands of people already that have signed up. And if you think we can do it, would you like standing up and striking this pose for the camera? Because we need nature-based solutions, but we also need the focus that we really can do it, right? So this is the pose. I'm going to have to put up my microphone.
We can do it, and particularly if the newer generations push even further and harder.
Well, wonderful. Wonderful to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Likewise,
thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
And I'm going to have to move Rosie a bit. And she's outside of the studio, so people that pass by can, they can have their photos taken. And the hashtag is, of course, we can do it. Excellent. So now let's turn to a regular guest that has been on our broadcast many times. It's Ibrahim Thiaw. He's the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. And yesterday, the world leaders launched a new alliance to boost drought resistance and resilience. And this high-level launch of the International Drought Resilience Alliance was conveyed by Senegal and also by Spain. So let's hear a little bit more about this from Ibrahim.
So can you start by telling me your name and your role, please?
Hello, I'm Ibrahim Thiaw, Executive Secretary of the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. That's the convention in charge of land and land restoration.
Can you, what announcement is being made, and what is the UNC? What announcement is being made here, and what is the UNCCD?
The very important issue here that we will be discussing in Sharm el-Sheikh is the relations between land and climate, and how droughts are affecting the world. It is certainly one of the subjects, one of the manifestations of climate change, drought. But land degradation and land restoration is also has a very close relationship with climate. So we are here today. We will have the International Drought Resilience Alliance, which will be launched in the afternoon. We also have many participants that are coming for the Africa-Asia Middle East Green Initiative, where 200 million hectares of land will be restored. So it's a big day for the UN Convention to Combat Desertification.
Has it been a long time coming, getting to this point where you can make the announcement?
Yes, it takes always time. Always time for people to come together. You know, multilateralism is also patience. It's building blocks, and I think the world is now finally ready to actually move to a large-scale land restoration as a solution to climate but also to the food crisis that the world is faced with, but also to poverty alleviation and so forth. But at the same time, the world has never been as affected as it is today by droughts. Severe droughts in all countries, all regions in the world, United States, Asia, Africa, Europe, no country is immune to drought. And we suddenly realized that actually no country is ready to face drought. So we are all here in the same boat, as Martin Luther King was saying. We may have come from different ships, but now we are all in the same boat. So it is very important that we address this issue. We are better prepared for drought, and we have adequate early warning systems that will prevent the disasters. You may have a drought, but you don't have to face a disaster like we are having right now in Somalia or in the Horn of Africa.
And so, what are the systems? What are you actually putting in place that will make a difference? And what impact will that have on people facing drought?
For people to face drought, you need three things in particular. One is a very clear early warning system that will alert you. And today science can tell us 6 months in advance, 3 months in advance, that the likelihood of having a drought is there. So at least you know. Second is preparedness. Countries have to prepare themselves. Communities have to be ready. Once the early warning system is kicked out, you have to prepare yourself. You don't have to wait until a disaster occurs on you. And then the third is the response. You need to recover from drought. Droughts will appear probably more frequently, but as long as you don't have a resilient system, a resilient economy, and a resilient ecosystem, it will be very difficult for communities to resist to drought. So these three should come as a package, that communities are better prepared, countries are better prepared, and the means are also there for countries that are really in need of support to actually prepare for that support to come early enough, not at the last minute.
Really clear. Thank you. One more question. This is an Africa COP. How important is it for Africa that the COP is happening in Africa?
Africa is certainly one of the most vulnerable continents in the world for climate change. It's probably the most visible consequences of climate change are felt here in the continent, from droughts to floods, from forest fires to agricultural situations and so forth. But it is very important, therefore, that Africa is prepared. Now, it is a disaster. But at the same time, with the Paris Agreement, we know that we need to turn a page. So we need systemic change. We need to address the issue of energy in Africa. It is incredible that a continent like Africa that has a potential, immense potential of renewable energy, still has 40–45% of its population has no access to electricity. It is unimaginable that in the 21st century, up to 30% of food that is produced is lost post-harvest for lack of cooling systems. It is unimaginable that a continent like Africa has lost close to 65% of its arable land over the last 70 years, whilst the population has been multiplied by 6-fold. It is absolutely important that we'll take a longer perspective. And therefore, if we are to achieve, as a community, as a world community, if we are to achieve a net zero by 2050 or by the end of the century, Africa has to be taken into consideration. The population is growing, the demand is growing, and now we talk about 600 million people that have no access to energy, 1 billion people that have no access to clean energy for cooking. These numbers will be growing because the population is growing faster than the energy capacity to be generated in the continent. So transformative change will happen on agriculture, on energy, and on industry.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you one more thing? When you talk about the announcement you've made, we will...
Well, thank you very much indeed for that statement. Right next to me here on stage, I have a very interesting person that I have the opportunity to do a Q&A with. So a warm welcome to us here in the Nature Newsroom, Thomas Crowther. You're a professor, and could you please tell us about your work in this realm?
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me on. Yes, I'm a professor of ecology. We study Earth's ecosystems across the globe, and I'm also here on behalf of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, where I'm the chair of the advisory board.
So you need to be very busy during this COP, since we need to put nature in the first room, right?
Absolutely. We've seen incredible momentum building around the idea of nature and the critical role that nature plays in the climate crisis. But at the same time, we are now at this critical stage when we need to start turning those pledges, those commitments, into reality.
So from a historical perspective, nature has really not been in the room in the negotiations at all. So what are your hopes and why are we bringing nature in now? Finally.
You're exactly right. Nature has never been part of the conversation, and that's because nature's very difficult to quantify at a global scale, so we haven't really understood the full potential that nature has. It's only in the last few years that the data revolution has showed us that nature contributes about a third to our climate commitments. It can capture about 30% of the excess carbon we emit into the atmosphere, and it can help to limit our emissions by about 30%. So it's a critical piece in this, and we cannot achieve our climate goals without nature. But the problem is, until we've had those numbers, we've never been able to really represent that critical role. And so it's in the last few years that we've seen the momentum building, and we've also started to see really positive insights like the development of OPEC, where all the tropical forest countries have come together to align around the collective wealth of their nations to sort of hold the rest of the world to a higher standard. We've also seen things like the Leaf Coalition raising billions of dollars to send to countries of the global south to protect their forests. These are all individual actions that are going to help all of us.
So speaking of hope, what pieces of science would you say you can show us that is giving us hope in this aspect?
As a scientist, it's really difficult to find tangible evidence for really good news stories, right? We see little projects here and there, maybe bringing back resilience, bringing back biodiversity, but the hardest thing is to show that that's possible at a large scale. One thing that I'm really excited about this year is actually the announcement of a partnership between an organization called Restore, bringing global transparency to restoration, with the country of Costa Rica. And they are an absolute leader in this space. They have put the first step forward. They built their Payment for Ecosystem Service program about 25 years ago, and they are at the forefront of the environmental movement. And what's really exciting, by becoming fully transparent on Restore, they've enabled scientists to go in there and study the impacts of that Payment for Ecosystem Service program. So we've got a 30-year-old experiment to test the impacts of it. And what we're finding is when we use bioacoustics to listen to the sounds of the forests, nature is becoming more and more and more beautiful over time, getting closer and closer to its natural state, showing really the first signs of a national scale positive good news story.
That is wonderful. So what can other countries learn primarily from Costa Rica in this process?
Simply put, we need investment to nature. This happened because they abolished the army and they invested in both nature and in education. When you do those things together, when people become empowered by healthy nature, you cannot stop it from propagating and developing a healthy, sustainable future for those involved. That is one step, and now what we're seeing is the next step is being fully transparent. Everyone everywhere is making their climate pledges, but transparency is a very hard thing to come by. Their step to become transparent so that every person in the world can see those efforts on the ground by going onto www.restore.eco. You can see every single tree across the country. You can see the species that are developing there. That transparency is a really powerful first step forward that we hope other countries are going to follow.
Let's turn to the question of biodiversity protection, which is, well, that's what Costa Rica has done more or less in many aspects, but how far have we in general come when it comes to the global community and biodiversity protection? And what are the key steps that we need to take?
Yeah, biodiversity is actually a threat as big, if not bigger, than climate change. We've had incredible momentum around the climate movement, which is fantastic. In the last few years, the COPs have really gained momentum. We urgently need to see that level of commitment to the biodiversity COP, which is happening a couple of months or a few weeks away now in Montreal. Biodiversity is the infinite network of species and genes that keep this a livable planet for Homo sapiens. We all we're intricately dependent on that biodiversity to survive. And one downside that we've seen with the emergence of the climate crisis is that we have focused on one part of biodiversity, the carbon. And so whenever we make one part of nature more valuable than the rest, we propagate it at scale in vast farms. And so while we've done that before with food and textiles and timber, we're now doing the same thing again for carbon, building monocultures that come at the expense of healthy biodiversity. What we really need to do is move beyond this. We cannot be valuing carbon as our critical component of biodiversity. We need to be valuing the entire complexity of the ecosystem. And when we do that, then you'll be getting carbon as a byproduct, and it will be much more sustainable and better for a sustainable future.
Well, thank you very much for that perspective. From your role as a scientist, what data, what scientific research or insights are we missing? What are we overlooking, and what needs to be focused more on from a scientific perspective?
For me, the answer is very simple: the soil. It is by far the largest carbon stock. It's by far the largest source of biodiversity on our planet. And yet it's the most untapped, poorly understood component of our ecosystems. We need to understand how much carbon is stored in the soils now. We also need to understand how it's distributed across our planet and how it's changing under future global change scenarios. But most importantly, we need to know how much carbon can be sequestered in soils if we were to manage them effectively across the planet. When we know that, we'll really know the potential that nature has to fight against climate change.
And how could we get that to happen? I mean, how do we get more research into soil? Do we need to hook up with the food industry, maybe?
The food industry is a major driver of this, and I think some of the best soil research came out of the food industry, actually, believe it or not. They are the people that have had the biggest footprint on global soils. But ultimately, whenever you talk about biodiversity or carbon, you have to start at the places that have the largest carbon stocks. And what I really want to do is get that message out there that we are not even beginning to talk about biodiversity or climate or the interaction between them until we have got a handle on the microbiomes that exist in that soil that keep our ecosystems alive.
Biochar, from my perspective, seems to be sort of a sweet spot between carbon sequestration and enrichment of soils. What is your opinion on the focus on biochar?
That's a really good example. Biochar is one avenue through which we can take plant products, and by treating them under a lot of heat and pressure, we can generate carbon amendments that you can add to soil, and this leads to huge buildup in biodiversity and soil carbon storage. Biochar is a fantastic opportunity for increasing carbon sequestration and at the same time increasing the productivity of plants. So it's like a climate change action, and it's increasing agricultural yields. Now, the one downside about biochar is at the moment it's not yet scalable. We need to find ways to get biochar all over the planet. It takes a lot of energy and pressure to create that biochar, and so incremental advances to make that a more efficient process are going to be great. But there are some steps that are even simpler and that can be applied at scales to improve soils, and that is in the microbiome. You cannot have healthy soils without healthy concoctions of bacteria and fungi, the things that allow plants to grow. And what we're seeing huge advances in at the moment is the spreading of healthy local microbial mixes into regenerating ecosystems or into agricultural soils. And what we found actually in a paper published in Nature Biology last week is that on average, plant growth rates increase by about 64% when you introduce that healthy microbiome into the soil. That microbiome is critical for the development of the plants and for the sequestration of carbon in the soil.
And the microbiome we will facilitate how?
So plants cannot grow without healthy microbiomes. Essentially, about 95% of the world's plant species grow directly in association with mycorrhizal fungi. The plants capture carbon from the air, the fungi capture nutrients from the soil, and they exchange between the two. And that is how both of them are able to survive. Without those mycorrhizal fungi, plants simply cannot grow. So if you till some soil or regenerate a new forest, by simply planting the plant in there without the microbiome to survive, of course those trees are not going to regenerate and your crops are not going to grow particularly well. But when you integrate that healthy mixture of fungi and bacteria, then the access to nutrients is increased, the water sequestration is improved, the resilience of those plants increases, and you get better agriculture and better biodiversity.
So this is knowledge that needs to be spread all over the world in a quick manner. These techniques and these ways of working. with the microbiome.
That is absolutely true. Right now, the microbiome is the sort of holy grail in the scientific world. We need to get a better understanding of it and figure out approaches to be able to scale this globally. We need ecosystem restoration, conservation, and management efforts to be focusing on that microbiome, as it is the key component to regenerating a healthy ecosystem.
Something else that is, well, crucial, that would be seeds, right?
This is a very good point. I'm glad you brought that up, because one major question we've got at the moment is trying to figure out which ecosystems will recover on their own and where do we need to help. And what we consistently find is that the ecosystems that are able to recover on their own are just the ones that animals are able to reach. So if you have a very interconnected network of forests, say, you'll get the birds and the animals are able to move, and that means they spread seeds in their droppings. And when those seeds get there, then the ecosystems can regenerate. If the vegetation, though, is so broken up and fragmented that that animals will no longer move between patches, then you don't get the seeds and you do not get regeneration of ecosystems. Animals, via their ability to move seeds, are absolutely key in the regeneration process.
Just you speaking of nature makes me want to just, leave the building and go out and find a forest. But we need to stay here for the duration of the COP and do our work, right? Well, nature is our friend and not our foe. We really need to make sure that we bring this perspective in every aspect. I'd like to change subjects slightly. We have a campaign here at We Don't Have Time called We Can Do It. And it's based on the findings that it's actually not us, it's the IMF countings of how much fossil subsidies that has been going out, pumped out since the Glasgow COP started. And it's huge amounts of money, of course, as we all know. So the question we ask our speakers is that if we are able to refocus, reallocate, or stop the feeding into the bad system from the subsidies, and we could allocate the funds and the focus to, for instance, nature-based solutions or solutions to the climate crisis, do you think we can reach a safe landing in time? Do you think we can do it?
Absolutely, I do. The world is going to change. The question is, are we going to change it into something that is much worse than now, or genuinely much better than now? I think we can absolutely, we have the agency to take it in any direction we'd like. If we can just align, I think there's real potential.
Wonderful. So I'm going to bring up Rosie, and I would love for you to strike the Rosie pose. And everybody watching, you can do this at home. Strike the pose. Here we go. And you hashtag, of course, we can do it. Yes, yes. Well, we all see you in the camera. Wonderful. So please, all of you watching this, spread the word. We can do it. We need to be nature positive. We also need to be positive in general that could actually fix this, right?
Absolutely. Nature is not just a tool in the fight against climate change. It's the reason we want to do it in the first place, because it is the magic of our planet. Absolutely magic. Well, thank you so much, Thomas, for joining us here in the Nature Newsroom. Thanks so much for having me. Thanks so much. And now we need to refocus a bit. We're going to talk about oceans. And oceans, of course, are key and critical to combating climate change and also to the future of humanity as a whole. And now we have lined up as a speaker, that's actually a recorded interview with a speaker who's head of environment of Bloomberg Philanthropies. And her name is Antha Williams. And let's watch this recorded video now.
So we're absolutely delighted to have with us Antha Williams, who's from Bloomberg Philanthropies, and she's head of environment. We've had an amazing announcement today, 30 by 30. Could you tell us a little bit about 30 by 30 and what is Bloomberg Philanthropies' role in this?
Yes, well, thank you so much for asking, and thanks for having me. Bloomberg Philanthropies Environment Program works to protect and preserve oceans all over the world, and we've done that since 2014, really in line with our goal of ensuring better, longer lives for the greatest number of people. The oceans play a huge role in that, and a lot of people don't realize that the oceans provide the oxygen for every other breath we take. So they're an incredibly important source of oxygen, but also an incredible sink for carbon dioxide, and therefore a huge part of the solving the climate change crisis. So just today, 109 heads of government have announced that they have created and signed on to this very ambitious commitment to protect 30% of their oceans by 2030. So the 30 by 30 goal is a really important focusing mechanism for leaders all over the world to say, right, we're behind this common goal. It's really important that in just the next 8 years, we're going to protect 30% of our land and water. And already in countries where they're promoting those policies, creating marine protected areas, setting them aside and making sure that they're pursuing sustainable fishing practices, we've seen the benefits of that kind of action. There's more fish for people to eat as food, there's healthier coastlines, there's more climate resilient coastlines, and so we think at Bloomberg Philanthropies think 30 by 30 is an incredibly important focusing goal, and by having it represented here at COP27, it really helps put the world's attention on the importance of ocean solutions to solving the climate crisis.
You know, 2030 is also a very important deadline, isn't it? Because we need to halve global greenhouse gas emissions by then.
Yes.
Can we do it?
Yes, we can do it, and we really don't have another choice. The oceans are so critical to solving climate change and providing for local economies. We have no choice but to take these bold actions to protect them. The good news is that countries all over the world have already protected huge amounts of their oceans. So, for example, Colombia is already nearly reached their 30% target 8 years ahead of schedule. So there's evidence that it can be done. We just need more governments to take the bold action and to see the reward from what protecting their oceans and forests can bring.
Well, look, thank you very much in finding the time in your busy schedule here to be with us, and best of luck with your work.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to talk with you.
Well, thank you very much, Antha, for sharing this important message with us. Well, oceans are crucial, and they are indeed in the front line of combating climate change. And the oceans affect us, and we affect the oceans. And with me here in the studio, I have two wonderful guests who will dive a bit deeper into this topic. They're wonderful to have you here. And I'd like to introduce Inache Bilikok, who is protecting the oceans from your perspective as Ocean and Coastal Zones Lead for Climate Champions. And we have also with us Laurelie. Laurelie Picourt, the Executive Director of the Ocean and Climate Platform. So a warm welcome to both of you. So would you like to start, Inache, telling us a bit about your work on the oceans?
Sure.
It's a bit tricky. We used to have head mics, but they got too much interference with the other pavilions around here, so it was distortion. So that's why we had to resort to hand microphones.
No problem. Well, thank you for having us. It's great to be here. So, you know, at the Climate Champions, our role is really to strengthen the collaboration among the fantastic initiatives that are existing out there and provide them with a platform to enhance their ambition and think bigger. So when this comes to the ocean and coastal zones topic, we are focusing on a number of areas to really scale up the potential of the ocean in delivering on climate mitigation and adaptation. This look at, you know, for instance, on blue food, on offshore wind energy. We are working on finance, which is a critical aspect on how we can scale up blue finance and investment in the ocean. There is a significant gap on these issues. And we are also certainly working on nature-based solutions, which are a key asset in delivering on climate mitigation and adaptation. And for instance, tomorrow we will launch the Mangrove Breakthrough, which is aiming to provide a shared target for the world on how much do we need for mangrove restoration and protection, and create this shared goal for all actors, public and private, to work together to restore mangrove by 2030.
Thank you very much. And earlier today you ran the Ocean Lab. Could you please tell us about the Ocean Lab?
Sure, yeah. So the Ocean Lab has been organized by the Climate Champions, but with the Marrakesh partners, and Lorelai who is chairing the Ocean Group. The idea of the Ocean Future Lab was to, on the first day of COP, to think big, think, as we said, outside of the shell for how much the ocean is important to deliver on the 1.5 trajectory, on making people more resilient. So with this objective, we have focused on two key solutions, which are blue food, because we know blue food are able, if we scale it up properly and sustainably, to provide more protein for our world-growing population. And the panelists has addressed, specific topics around the need for policy and the more license to operate, but also the need for working with and for nature, which is critical for this industry to be sustainable in the long term. The other topic we addressed was offshore wind. There is an enormous potential for offshore wind to be scaled up, but there is challenges on technology, but here again on license to operate. So it's really working for governments and businesses to work hand in hand to really identify means to make these opportunities available for the world. And the conclusion of this great discussion was there is been no Paris without Montreal. So we will all go hopefully to the CBD COP15 in Montreal in December, because if we don't work with nature and with coastal ecosystem and the ocean at large, we'll never be able to tackle the dual crises of climate change and biodiversity losses.
Thank you very much. I'd like to share a follow-up question on the blue foods. Are you also addressing land-based solutions for blue foods?
Yeah, I mean, we are looking at land-based solutions from the impact that they have on the ocean mostly. On agriculture runoff, it's a massive threat for ocean acidification and pollution. And there are nature-based solutions. For instance, mangrove are able to filter the water running from the earth, from the land to the ocean. And that's certainly a topic that we are addressing with the aquaculture industry, but also land-based activities.
Well, thank you very much. Turning now to Lorelei, could you please, as a researcher here from your expert perspective, shed some light on the ocean biodiversity climate nexus? Because not everybody might understand the dynamics here.
Well, yeah, thank you. It's a very important question, because we often forget that the ocean is the biggest ecosystem on the planet. That's simple. That's why it's important for both nature and for the climate. And I'll go into more details, because you have, in the ocean, it's home to millions of species, many of which we haven't found yet even. So there's a big stake for research and for understanding what's in the ocean. We often say that we know Mars better than we know the ocean, which seems ridiculous when it's just here. And the ocean, most importantly, what we need to know is that it's the biggest regulator of the climate system. There is no ocean action without climate action, 100%. The science is very clear, and we hear it from the IPCC and many other scientific communities. The ocean, it absorbs more than 25% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions every year. It's also, it produces 50% of the net oxygen produced on Earth. It's really the other lung of our planet. We often talk about the forest as the lung of our planet, but the ocean is truly the other half. So we talk about the ocean climate biodiversity nexus in a way that we need to break down the silos. It's not just talking about addressing the climate crisis, and on the other hand, addressing the biodiversity crisis, or the food security crisis, or the energy crisis. The beauty with the ocean, it's really at the crossroads of all of these challenges facing humanity today. And that's why we need to, as Inyas just mentioned, we need to build some bridges as well with the other conventions and with all the other forums that we have at our disposal to make greater progress and action. And when we talk, and I'll finish on this as well, in terms of ocean climate biodiversity nexus, what's really important is that the solutions that we have with the ocean, they need to be climate smart, of course, for mitigation and adaptation, but they need to be nature positive. We can't try to solve one problem by creating another one.
Well, thank you very much. Since we know that the ability for the oceans to draw down carbon, they diminish more and more as the temperature rises. Do we talk enough about oceans at the COP here? And what are your hopes for oceans really being brought into the picture here for sure and for real, and also being able to transfer some good statements into the Montreal Biodiversity COP? What are your hopes here? Because there are, as you just explained, the connection is clear.
Yeah, well, first of all, a very important thing to know is that the ocean community at the Climate COP is outstanding. It's over hundreds of organizations coming together, and they've been working, to align key messages and speak as one voice. And this really emerged from COP21 in Paris in 2015. And since then, the ocean community has really been growing, and we have managed to break down the silos, but also achieve some concrete breakthrough with the climate negotiations. And we're in a multilateral process, so we need to kind of play by the rules. And we have secured some good outcomes from COP21 all the way to COP26. We now have, under the science body of the UNFCCC, there's an annual Ocean and Climate Dialogue. The first one took place in June in Bonn this year. And here we're really discussing with the parties how can they strengthen ocean climate action under the UNFCCC process. So now that we have room, we're also trying to pursue this exercise on how do we keep strengthening this type of action. So using the UNFCCC process, obviously, using these side events. These side events are wonderful to share knowledge, share the progress that we're making on different initiatives. And working with INEAS, we have the pleasure of working with civil society, with scientists, with foundation, NGOs, the finance sector. And we see all these different stakeholders coming together to put the ocean really high up on the agenda. So my hope for COP27 is that, first of all, on the formal process, we acknowledge the progress that we have made since last year, and we identify ways to keep strengthening this ocean climate action. For instance, countries could include more ocean-based climate solutions in the national strategies, maybe for mitigation and or adaptation, of course. Again, ecosystems, marine ecosystems, they act as buffers against the impacts of climate change, so climate smart and biodiversity positive. So that's from the more formal process. And of course, from the mobilization of society, now we see hundreds of side events on the ocean and climate. This is wonderful. A few years ago, we had 10, 20 maybe. And now, for the first time this year, in the blue zone, we also have an ocean pavilion.
So it's a real blue zone?
Yeah, it's a real blue zone, exactly.
Wonderful, thank you very much. So Ignacio, from your perspective, are you hopeful? Is there enough ocean? Is there enough water during this COP, and will this water carry us all the way to Montreal in a good sense?
Yes, I'm very hopeful. Building on what Lorelai said, there is a great dynamism and real momentum from the key actors, public, governments, and private. I was just a few hours ago moderating a panel of the launch of the Mangrove Alliance for Climate by UAE, Indonesia, and 10 other governments that has been announced here and will be launched formally at the G20. And there are, fantastic initiative on offshore wind that will be have been launched earlier today. There are some work also on blue food. Tomorrow we are meeting with investors, 25 investors, public banks, MDBs, private investors, for a closed-door discussion on how we can scale up blue finance. There will be ministers in the room with them to create really a multi-stakeholders discussion. So there is dynamism. No, we need to, this is a COP of implementation. So we have to turn all of these side events and meetings into real, tangible action. It's critical. And the point I want to add is that all of this work is for the people, right? We are talking about agenda and side event, but the real important work is how this will make a real difference for coastal communities all over the world to make them more resilient and more fit for the coming years, which will be for sure very difficult.
Well, thank you very much both for joining us here, and best of luck for the important work. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ignacio and Lorelei, and we have a wonderful speaker here. Please join me, sit down. And we have with us here from the Maldives. We're extremely happy to have Her Excellency Aminath Shauna with us. I'm glad you had time to join us here in this nature newsroom. Your Excellency, small islands in terms of the developing states, you have long called for more focus on nature-based solutions, and also specifically on oceans, of course. How successful has this been?
Thank you. Small island states like the Maldives, we are ocean states actually, large ocean states. And for decades we have been talking about the impact of climate change and the impacts of rising sea levels on our countries. I believe it was in 1992 when we first held the Rio Summit. And for decades we have been talking about how this has been impacting our countries, our lives, and how the ocean is also a source of protection, finance, also food as well comes from our oceans. Over these 3 decades, much has been done. There is a lot more discussions about the connection between the health of the oceans and climate as well. Last year in Glasgow, we agreed to have more forums and discussions on the connection between climate impacts and oceans. This year we've held the Ocean Summit. We are increasingly talking about the use of oceans for solutions as well. Blue economy has become a buzzword now. So all the advocacy that we have been carrying out for these past decades, I think finally is coming to a point where there's so much awareness about what services the ocean provides for our survival as well. At the end of the day, this is a blue planet.
Well, thank you very much, Your Excellency. So what further commitments are the Maldives looking for here at the COP?
We are a very small island nation. The Maldives is about 1,200 islands. In about 187 islands, people live. For us, the issue of loss and damage is a critical component of this COP. This COP is about implementation. This COP, we must agree that the issue of mitigation is not lost in translation. We have 86 months to go before we reach 2030. And in these 86 months, we need to agree to reduce global temperatures to 1.5. If we are not able to do this, the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius for a country like ours is really a death sentence. We are already witnessing the impacts of climate change. Every single island in the Maldives has been affected. We don't have fresh water. Every single island is experiencing coastal erosion. We are increasingly being affected during rainy season due to floods. If we fail to take action in 86 months, we will cease to exist. We are looking for countries to increase finance for adaptation. The reason why we are talking about loss and damage today is because we have failed to act on mitigation. We have failed to limit global temperatures. We have failed to finance adaptation that is effective for countries like ours. The Maldives' contribution to global greenhouse gas is just 0.003%. So I'm really fearful of what could happen, because for us this is not about something that will happen tomorrow. This is something that is happening now for us.
Thank you very much for that very strong and it's a very emotional statement, because it is a life-threatening situation that you are facing. There is much talk about the difficulties here at the COP to focus both on adaptation and mitigation. So what is your take on this? How do you think this will play out during the COP?
Like I just said, for decades, we have been talking about climate finance. We have been talking about increasing ambition. We have been talking about helping countries like ours who are in the frontline state, who are a frontline state. But the world has, to a large extent, failed to help us. What we need is adaptation finance. But we know from the numbers that more money has gone into mitigation. And we also know that whatever little finance that has been released has not gone to vulnerable countries to help us. And to reach the goal of 100 billion, if we fail to do that, the longer it takes for us to agree on these, the costlier it will be for us in the long term as well. Finance, we're not asking for bank checks, we're not asking for aid money. What we're talking about is building a resilient world, helping us build a resilient Maldives as well. If we are not able to do this, what happens to the 400,000 people who live in the Maldives? Where do we go? I'm fearful that we may not have a home in 86 months.
That is a terrifying image to even contemplate. But of course, this is something you have to contemplate and work with. Speaking of working with, are you joining forces with other nations? For instance, I'm thinking primarily of Pakistan, that has now been underwater. Large parts of Pakistan is still underwater from the great floods about 6 months ago. Their representatives from the country has been spoken very strongly about getting more help, financial help from the global north. What is your experience from collaboration with other countries that are severely threatened by polluters that are much larger than your countries?
The problem with the current system is there is no system systematically that can help countries when countries are hit by floods, storms, hurricanes that are directly because of climate change. And that's precisely why we are here today advocating and asking for a new fit-for-purpose facility to fund loss and damage. And unless we are able to have this systematically embedded in the international systems, these development aid goes through bilateral relations. And that's not what we are asking for here. It has to be a systematic approach where countries have equal access to finance, adaptation, and loss and damage as well. Over 30 million people have been left homeless in Pakistan. And every year, the Caribbean countries are hit by hurricanes. In the Maldives, our coral reefs are bleaching at an alarming rate because of increase in surface temperature as well. For a country that is so dependent on the ocean and for the reefs, this is, at the end of the day, a death of a nation.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here in the Nature's Newsroom. And, well, to say best of luck sounds a bit like an understatement here, but we really, we have all faith in your progress, and just really hope that you will reach your ambitions here at the COP, and your message will be loud and clear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much
for having me here.
Thank you so much. So, we have another fantastic guest arriving here. Please take a seat. Ambassador Peter Thompson, UN Secretary General, Special Envoy to the Ocean. That's a fantastic title, Special Envoy to the Ocean, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Well, it's just to be a Special Envoy for the Oceans. It's a wonderful title. So please tell us about what your work here is at the COP. What have you been doing the past 2 days? Because this is a newsroom, so we'd like to have some updates on the progress of whatever people are doing connected to oceans and nature in general.
Sure, okay. Actually, if I break down, I think I'm making about 20 speeches, and if I break them down, I find that about a third of them are about coral, which is very interesting. That's not the case in past COPs. But that's very interesting to me because I think people are starting to realize that our ecosystems in the ocean are essential for climate change mitigation. But that goes two ways, of course. Yeah, I think the other big thing that I'm speaking at is really on financing of sustainable blue economy related measures. So, that's a big theme about this COP, delivery of the funds that we need to address the climate and ocean emergency that we're in. So those will be the two main things that I'm speaking about at the COP, and which I'm picking up much higher interests of levels of interest than in previous COPs.
Well, that's very promising. So why would you say the oceans are a latecomer in the political process?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think we became too terrestrial in our thinking, put it that way. I come from Fiji, Pacific Island, so you're with the water every day, you're on it, you're under it. But I think, with the majority of human beings living on big continents, increasingly urbanized, you just have that distance from nature and from the ocean.
It's a disconnect, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that that is starting to change. People are realizing the importance of the ocean to them. I mean, people are just getting that message that if the ocean's not healthy, where they're going to get their oxygen from. Every second breath is from oxygen produced by the ocean. But if we're polluting the ocean at the level we are with plastic and chemicals, are those little creatures like Prochlorococcus, which one little creature that produces 20% of the oxygen in the biosphere, is it going to be able to continue that service to us if we continue to pour the stuff down our rivers and drains that we do, all the chemicals? And so I think people are waking up to that and realizing, whether they're being altruistic or selfish, they're realizing we've got to look after the ocean better because it looks after us.
So how important do you think the topic of plastic and plastic in the oceans have been to people realizing the role of the oceans, how we are interconnected and interdependent?
I'm sure you've seen the horrible images of
course,
when you have floods of, just the amount of plastic. I'm like a plastic inspector everywhere I go in the world. I'm just walk along the waterfronts checking how much plastic they got on the beach or floating in the harbor and everything. It's just become an obsession of mine. But that is not the main problem of plastic. What you see is obviously horrible, but it's not the main problem. The plague of plastic that we have put upon this planet that is coming back to haunt us is really in microplastics. Because once those break down, they're into the food chain and we're eating them. And they're in our bloodstream now, they're crossing our blood-brain barrier, they're crossing the placental barrier, and we don't know yet what the implications of that is for humanity. But thank goodness we have got these negotiations underway now for an internationally binding treaty to control plastic pollution. But is it going to be a little too late? Remains to be seen. Let's see the medical evidence on what it's doing to us.
Well, it's terrifying, the crossing the brain barrier and the findings in the placenta. It's really, really scary.
You've heard that statistic, I'm sure. There's going to be more plastic than fish in the ocean by 2050 if we continue the way we're going. That's just horrific.
So coming back to the negotiations here at the COP, what are your hopes for the oceans really being incorporated and sort of having its own place in this COP?
First of all, I think this COP is very much about making sure the finance is actually coming through to do what we have said we're going to do, which is particularly give developing countries the opportunity to be part of the renewable energy revolution. That's going to be our salvation. But in terms of, sorry, now I've forgotten your question.
It's just that the hopes for the oceans being in the center
part of all that. Yeah. I mean, you only need to look around. There's never been the same kind of exposure at past COPs that there is now on things like coral, on things like mangroves and seaweed and so on. The realization that these are all part of the contribution that the ocean can make to climate change mitigation and adaptation. So, yeah, I think that I'm quite encouraged by what I'm seeing at this COP.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. So we have a global audience watching here on this We Don't Have Time platform. So if you would turn to the people watching this, what would your call to action be in terms of the oceans?
Well, I think that governments are starting to respond. You can see that in the nationally determined contributions about what they're promising they're going to do about the ocean, and including that in their climate change work. But for individuals and for societies and communities, all of us can make a difference. And that is in what you eat, and that's in what you do with your waste, and that's in what you do with your energy consumption. So all of us can make a difference. There are no angels in this, and there should be no finger pointing either. We're all in this together, and we have to be thinking in terms of intergenerational justice. That's got to dominate your thinking. Intergenerational justice. Where are we taking our kids and our grandchildren? At the moment, we're taking them on a highway to hell, because that's what a 3 degrees world is. There is an alternative route to take, and that's a little rough road, and it goes to a place called 1.5 degrees. But our kids and our grandkids can live there in happiness and security, instead of us doing what we're doing at the moment, cruising down this highway to hell.
Well, thank you for framing it so strongly and passionately, and thank you very much for your work for the oceans and for the future of the next generations. Thank you. Thank you for being on our show.
Thank you. Okay.
So, this marks the end of the first Nature's Newsroom. It's been a pleasure hosting this section, and we will be back for shows every morning here from the Nature Positive Zone. So just stay tuned and join us every morning, and we'll keep focusing on nature and nature-based solutions, and also wonderful people doing their best to put nature in the front row, in the first room, in this climate action transition that we need to do. So thank you very much. And now we go to a break before we broadcast some of the other material here from the United Nations COP. Bye-bye.
Next one, please. Then you may think about what would be next steps. After the first phase steps, we would like to continue our based verifiable credentials for carbon market, which include the ITMO internationally and the ETS regionally and locally. This one shows the urban computing methodology, which can be ended up with the blockchain and DLT based the result. Next one. Please let me summarize my presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have found is that two things. First one, the result of this project shows that consumption need-based emissions are significant, and significantly much larger than emissions establishing using what I call conventional production-based emissions, much larger because we added the emissions from human need. And also we found knowledge-based information and data derived from project are useful to change citizens' behavior, also consumption patterns. I hope this particular dialogue will begin to set what I call first generation of a bold CBA system to dedicate to combat climate change. My wishful proposition would be that a new initiative, so-called a new GHG accounting mechanism toward carbon neutrality, will be announced in due course at COP, the Conference of Contracting Parties. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity, the many thanks to those who participated and contributed this particular first phase demonstration test. And then I also observed the reading role played by Honorable Mr. Mayor and Masamba. So our special thanks must go to both of them. Thank you very much for your kind attention and patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for that. It's amazing work that you all have done. Thank you so much for your hard work. Another round of applause for Dr. Kim. Okay, and for Dr. Park too, and the rest of the staff. So we're going to round out our keynotes now with, you have the longest title. Nathaniel Almond Blake is his name. He is Assistant Deputy Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation for the Government of British Columbia, Canada. Thank you so much for giving us some remarks about your exciting work.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, and I know I don't want to stand between you and possible reception drinks or anything else, I'll say a few words and then I actually have a demonstration video that I'd like to play. But first, I attended virtually last year and was able to outline a pilot project, and I'm here to actually demonstrate we've made a lot of progress in the last year. But the other part is to thank Masamba and the team here, because the connection with Dr. Kim and the presentation you just saw, the need to understand the data behind the greenhouse gas accounting, have it be able to be used in multiple different ways, sliced and diced, I think is the technical term, to be able to show how you'd get from production all the way through a life cycle analysis into your end use result. So that's really what I believe our work in the province of BC with digital identity, distributed ledger technology, and then we do have leading climate policies that require mandatory reporting under the law of how much GHGs you're doing. So we can have confidence in BC anyway that the source data is sound. So maybe with that, I'll actually see if, well, it looks like our presentation may be coming up. Okay, if you actually want to just scroll to the slide with the video, it's about 3 or 4 in. Yeah, and let's just see if we can play the video. And if not, I'll tell you what the story is. Oh, yeah. So while this is loading, I'll tell you, most recently, Dr. Kim and I and a team at the University of British Columbia have actually scoped out what the life cycle accounting study will be. That work's kicking off really any day, probably the time we get home and have a rest. And then the team at UBC will take up the challenge in British Columbia to then link up with the work at Seoul. And maybe I'll keep telling you about it. maybe I'll tell you a little bit about digital credentials. Using distributed ledger technology, what the intent is to make the exchange of data. And then sound will be the next one. Let's do it.
Hello, I'm Bruce Ralston, Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation for the Government of British Columbia, Canada's westernmost province. I speak to you today from the traditional territory of the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations. British Columbia is a leader in climate innovation, and we are constantly pushing forward with cutting-edge solutions to reduce emissions and promote clean economic growth.
As action to stop climate change has become a global priority, there is increased pressure on the natural resource sector to transition to sustainable practices. With this comes a growing demand for companies to be transparent, proving how their actions and policies align with climate goals. To address this need, Energy and Mines Digital Trust was initiated to support British Columbia's transition to a clean, resilient economy. This project is coordinating a digital ecosystem of organizations, including environmental auditors, government bodies, natural resource companies, and non-government organizations. Energy and Mines Digital Trust is implementing natural resource use cases, allowing participants to test sharing and receiving sustainability data. In collaboration with Indigenous organizations, the open source community, and public and private organizations, Energy and Mines Digital Trust showcases how digital trust technology has the potential to improve access to transparent data through digital credentials. A digital credential is the digital equivalent to a physical credential, such as a business's permit to operate or a mine's proof of company registration. Digital credentials make exchanging information simple and secure, building trust and efficiency into reporting processes.
At the Open Earth Foundation, we have identified digital trust technology as a fundamental pillar to address the climate crisis. As such, we have designed the Open Climate Portal as an integrated climate accounting system designed to help corporates, private sector as a whole, and subnational governments roll up their information to national and global levels through nested accounting. Transparency and digital trust is a fundamental pillar of the Paris Agreement. Through this technology, working in the Energy Mines Digital Trust Project at the Open Earth Foundation, we're excited to advance these new tools to help collectively target our goals and establish the level of accountability we need for global scale impact.
At PwC, it has become clear that stakeholders are more invested than ever in a company's sustainability practices. Our team is responsible for supporting organizations as they report this information to ensure it is accurate, open, and timely. Our audits are based on globally recognized standards. Our work not only supports the accuracy of the reporting, but we also provide feedback to companies to help them future-proof their reporting processes in order to best support their sustainability goals. Digital credentials help to keep this data secure and protects information from manipulation. This maintains the high level of credibility and trust associated with our assurance reports, regardless of where or to whom this data is shared.
At Teck, we are committed to responsible mining and sustainable practices in areas like health and safety, climate change, water and nature, and in collaboration with communities and Indigenous peoples. We participate in a number of sustainable mining programs where our commitments and performance are externally verified. Digital trust technology has the potential to facilitate the sharing of our sustainability data and performance. As one example, Teck currently reports on annual greenhouse gas emissions to the province of British Columbia, demonstrating our progress in decarbonization and supporting the transition to a low-carbon economy. While our verified data is already being shared with the province, a digital trust ecosystem could help share similar information with different and multiple recipients. In these cases, verified data and reports could be generated and customized depending on the request or requirements.
As more countries around the world commit to net zero climate policies, it is essential that natural resource companies can prove their products are responsibly sourced. This pilot project is establishing forward-looking tools and policies that can be utilized across sectors and industries to simplify reporting practices, build relationships, and increase trust. To learn more about improving access to transparent data for clients, stakeholders, and consumers, contact Energy and Mines Digital Trust.
Congratulations. Very exciting work. I'm also looking forward to making the connections a little bit later in our panel. But before we do that, we have a special, we wanted to present a report from the first year of the Goyang City's work, and Dr. Kim presented to you some of those insights, but there's a lot more that happened this year. And so what I'd like to have right now is Mayor Lee to stand up and present Masamba, facing the audience, a copy of this first of many reports to the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub from Goyang City's mayor. Fantastic, great work. Okay, we have a really sparkly panel for you right now. So stay focused, and if our panelists can come and sit up in the front, that'd be great. Yeah, we've got an all in-person panel, which is pretty special. Okay. We've got, are there 5 of us? All right, here we go. I still need my glasses. Okay. I am going to quickly introduce our panelists. And is Jorn here too? He's coming up. Okay, I'm going to introduce the panelists, and then we're going to jump into some questions, some sense making from the presentations. And I want to say it's a wonderful group here. And let me just start with Ben Jantz, the Head of Research and Innovation for the Global Covenant of Mayors. So glad you're here. He's also the chair of our cities track for the Innovation Hub. So thank you very much for that work. Catherine Foster, Executive Director of the Green Digital Finance Alliance, and also a stalwart supporter of the Hub and this initiative with Goyang City. And then we've got Jorn Verbeek, Senior Sustainability Expert at KPMG, and another supporter of this project. And then we have Andy Kerr, the Chief Strategy Officer at Climate Kick. So these are also core institutional partners for the Hub. So we're very grateful for you being here today. So we're going to start with Ben. And I'd like you to reflect on the keynotes. And from your perspective at the Global Covenant of Mayors, to kind of make the connections. What's happening here? What did we learn that can be of use in this larger global cities initiative?
Thanks so much, Catherine. Hi, everyone. Thrilled to be here, and thanks so much for having us on this panel. I think we can't understate the risk that both Goyang and British Columbia have taken in undertaking both the trust, but also consumption-based accounting. And I underscore that because to do an approach that's focused on core human needs means to do something that very few other cities, states, regions are trying to undertake at this point in time. It's just not the way that things are done. So by doing that, you're taking in a lot of risk, but as you can see, come out the other side with a product, with a process that works, that has consultation at the core of it, and you come out for the good, right? And you have stakeholders who are bought in at every step of the process. You're asking yourself at every stage, is what I'm doing meeting what my community needs? Is that food? Is that shelter, right? Is that energy? Is that transport? And if the answer to those is, well, it's never just yes or no. There's always a lot of gray area, right? But if the answer to that is at least halfway there, then you're already making a ton of progress. So for me, you know, internalizing this risk and committing to the reward that comes at the end of it and making sure that you're partnering with the right folks, public, private, academic, civil society, otherwise, to make those solutions happen, is a proof of concept that I think we in the Global Innovation Hub need to take note of. And I'm not going to spoil Catherine Foster's part of this presentation, but in an approach that we're developing, there's an element where we'd love to continue to share those examples and distribute them and make it better known and build the capacity for others to replicate and make it their own as well.
Thank you so much, Ben, and you're at just the right perch and perspective for us to figure out how to scale these innovations. Okay, Catherine, there was a little preview of this cookbook. You've heard it mentioned a couple times. So Catherine's going to tell us about this Urban Implementation Cookbook. What are we thinking about this concept? How does it sort of fit with where we are in the Global Innovation Hub right now?
Jorn saying that I might steal a bit of his thunder, but not the case at all. We've been a very collaborative group from the outset, and a lot of the conceptualization around this came from the very start when I was actually working with Martin at Open Earth Foundation, and we were trying to determine how to do the GHG accounting, what tools, what data were available, and it was very clear that actually it was not very easy to navigate around that. We make a lot of assumptions when we come into it from a policy perspective or a data perspective or an accounting perspective about what is available. And so we started talking about the notion of how there's a recipe. Everyone talks about a recipe. It's a predetermined, prescriptive approach to how to do innovation. And we wanted to flip that on its head and say, actually, what we need to do is something very adaptable, a demonstrator approach that says, actually, let's take stock of what tools we have, what ingredients we have in terms of data, and then actually create a recipe around that for what works for the city based on actual needs. And that's actually how this got conceptualized. And so we came up with a very circular demonstrative process, and this is the first pilot. I've also incorporated that in my own work. Almost 3 months ago, I took on the executive directorship of the Green Digital Finance Alliance, which was established by Ant Group and the UNEP. And we have a series on cities. And what we found also in those pilots and the initiatives we're doing in 9 cities across the European Union under the Horizons program is that, yes, we're trying to, for example, do digital green mortgages. Where do you get the data for that? How do you create the financing behind retrofitting those buildings, behind the new food supplies and innovations that are going to happen? Behind all of these initiatives that you saw in that massive layered conceptual framework that Dr. Kim presented. And this is where we start actually doing even more demonstrators that then link up the finance part to actually pay for all of this as well as the GHG accounting. So to me, it is all part of a systemic approach and systemic purpose behind this working group. And I'm just really grateful to see it come to this point and very thankful for the collaboration.
Thank you so much, Catherine, with the K. So Catherine with the C is now going to talk to Jorn and to give you a chance to steal back your thunder. But I'm first going to ask you a question. You're in this awesome position of having done a lot of city work and also now being on the private side with KPMG. So your job is to look at what was said from BC's perspective and Goyang City. How does this all come together? What are the implications for where we need to go next?
Thank you, Catherine. I think there's 2 elements in there in both presentations. I think one, we've been talking a lot today about stick and carrot. But if you look at the approach, it's not just the meta language, it's also really tangible. And I think there, whether you're on the public side or the private side, just by making it tangible, like what are we talking about in terms of consumption? I mean, that's how you start building policy, but also how you start at the private side developing things, whether it's products or services. The second thing, it was really small, but the graphic that was shown on how does it work when it comes to using data and technology, like the whole flow, there it becomes really interesting because there you can replicate. These are things you can take out, bring to other cities and say, what are you doing on all these processes? It's often still manual work. And it's all manual work that's not going to implementation. Just checking on how technology can leverage, and not saying technology will solve it all, I didn't say that, but how technology can leverage policy making, implementation, and also, I'm not going to say choice editing, but what we put on the market, I think that's really key. So therefore, big effort. And I've seen same in the presentation from British Columbia to see how that just network approach is helping to connect all actors and work at the same challenge.
Thank you very much. And to round out our round one, Andy Kerr, who's the Chief Strategy Officer for Climate Kick, can you reflect on sort of what you've heard and given Climate Kick's work, what are you thinking about in maybe in a different way than you were before you heard these presentations?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to the speakers, Minister, Dr. Kim. So, as Climate Kick, we are leading the technical support for the EU Cities mission, for example, in terms of helping cities get to net zero production emissions, net zero by 2030, which is hugely radical transformation is required. And I think what I was reflecting, listening to those excellent talks was, on the absolutely the need for the demand-led, the need to bring in multiple players and multiple sources of data. I would particularly like to build on Catherine Foster's point that for us, learning is the flip side of innovation. And what we have struggled with in the past with many cities that we have worked on is where we have seen people go in and try and solve an individual project or an individual policy or an individual economic, which does not deliver the systemic change that we need. And so actually, thank you. So for me, the reflection of how do we bring those things together and how do we build those trust networks? Fantastic, really interesting what's happening in British Columbia. How do we build the thinking around the needs-based piece? One of the things that we have found with many of our cities is that when we try and address the climate challenge, that actually you have to solve 2 or 3 other challenges in order to solve the climate challenge. In other words, you have to look at the place and how you support a thriving, vibrant, healthy, clean place as being at the heart of the action. And then actually some of the climate issues solve themselves. So often what we're seeing is when you're financing cities, you need to be financing for clean, healthy cities. And that solves a lot of the emission issues that you have been talking about. If you only focus on the carbon emissions themselves, you don't actually get the capital in to solve the wider problem. So I think the need for the data, the need for that trust system of the sort that you've been describing, absolutely. And we would love to basically, as partners in the Innovation Hub, we would love to take the learning that is coming out of these experiments, these tests, these explorations being done in different places and share them with the cities, the regions, the places that we are working with. And similarly, try and take some of the learning from those places and share them back, because that is the only way in which we're going to scale up, replicate some of these solutions at the speed and the scale that we require. So it's exciting times, I think, for us.
Thank you so much, Andy. And we've finished round one, and there's I can't resist a lightning round with this esteemed group. I also really love seeing come together and realize that we've made progress, but there's a lot of opportunity for greater collaboration. So I'm going to give you a question, each of you, and then you can decide to answer it or pick your own question to answer. So I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about the cookbook if you wanted to. Anything more you want to share about where that's going?
I'll play by the rules, Catherine. I'll answer the question. So let me start by saying, so at the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, we're an alliance of more than 12,500 cities who are committed to taking action on climate change, right? We have 2 core foundational research and innovation agendas that are helping drive this action. Cities who themselves have come up to us and said, you need to help us resolve this if you want us to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, or at least help our countries achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, right? Now, how do we actually do it? We've built this as the implementation COP, right? We've seen the hashtags outside the blue zone. Now, the cookbook, or as we call it, the Urban Implementation Cookbook, is one of these practical approaches just to guide, to help cities, especially those in what we term this longer tail of smaller, intermediary, low-capacity cities who have all the ambition as just the same as the bigger cities out there,
but just are not as well staffed, well resourced enough to take on that same level, this helps them get there. Now, it's not going to solve everything, but it's an approach that we'd like to think we can build on, that we can help disseminate with other city networks, with other partners, and have others build that capacity. This is, again, a stakeholder exercise, a process-based exercise in truth, and we'd love to continue to build that with other partners along the way.
Men eftersom han har fullt upp med körschemat så sa jag till honom, fixa det där så tar jag Zoom.
GDFA, what do you think you can see going forward might be an opportunity for collaboration directly out of this?
Men okej, då vet vi. Då löser vi det.
There's always more. Jag sa ju det till Adam liksom, så länge han har körscheman så köper han köra det och så kör jag Zoom.
You know, SDG 17 is about partnerships and collaboration, right? But it's become a trope. It's meaningless unless you actually create a process and sort of make it less theoretical and actually very practical and very applicable. And that's what we've tried to do here. And from my perspective, what I can see is adding a few more equipment, a few more ingredients, and a few more recipes to create a larger menu. Keeping that analogy, and some of the things that we're working on, for example, is how, for example, for green mortgages or some of these other European initiatives, we're actually going to be collaborating with an initiative in Canada as well, taking that same approach there. So we're increasing the reach of the methodology. On top of it, we're looking at different types of data input.
Patrick, this is between me and Mario, really.
For the Natural Capitals Coalition Value Commission,
now. I
and
just
we're looking at indigenous knowledge and data. How can we encapsulate that in new forms of data and inputs? And then coming back to the EU, looking at policy can be a driver, but it can also be a barrier, and you have to shift and innovate around that. So, you know, the privacy policies in the EU meant that some of the data we thought we would get on energy efficiency and building and consumption patterns weren't available. So we had to create collaborations and partnerships around that in order to leverage and harness individual data and aggregate that while respecting privacy. And that required a whole new set of innovation around that. And then, of course, there's the financing models around it, but that's for another time.
Thank you, Catherine. And okay, Jorn, you're incisive and you ask yourself and others the tough questions. We have many solutions we see in cities, and you've seen this in your work, and they're good, and we have trouble scaling them. And so what about what we're doing is different, or what is it that we have to do better to make sure that doesn't happen?
I think that's two questions. The one is embracing complexity and accepting imperfection. It's just really trying, go out there. And I think that's why we also set the cookbook. Half of the times you arrive at home and you think, I'm going to cook this, and you don't have half of the ingredients. But you still need to put something on the table. And I think by doing that, it's also inventing new ways. But at the same time, next time, also sharing that menu with other people. And I think that the idea of replicating, that will be key in the years to come. Because now we want to do it from beginning until the end. It takes often 5, 10, 15 years. We don't have that time anymore. And I think therefore the city's mission, but also other initiatives are really key to say, we started this process and we invite you to take the lessons learned already when you are designing your process, and just to start learning already halfway, and not just with the good practices. And I think the last element, I said we should also map what we don't know yet, because we often say, well, take for example, just transition. We don't know how we're going to do that, but we keep putting that in dialogues like, let's talk about it and let's see. But that's not enough. We should say, how are we going to do the things we don't master yet, and put them equally on the table.
Thank you. And Andy, you get to close us out here. Anything, just feeding off of what Jorn just said, you do all this work, and what do you think we need to be doing strategically?
I think my reflection of today is that quite a lot of the speakers in this hub have been talking about not what happens today, it's what happens next Monday when everyone's back at work. What do they actually do? If you're a city leader, you know, what do you actually do right now, Monday morning, 9 o'clock, to do something? So I think a lot of it is about actually giving people that almost the assurance, the comfort to just go out and try, because none of us have all of the answers to solve all of these problems in any of the places we're working in. And we need the approaches that have been pulled through, the cookbooks and so on, because we all need to be going out and learning by doing, because there isn't a neat roadmap that says if you do this here, it's all going to work perfectly. You know, so that whole thing of can we build that assurance? And I think under Masamba's leadership here, we've got a global innovation hub that is seeking to be that. How do we pull together the insights? How do we share it rapidly? How do we learn fast? And I think that whole notion of you know, experiment, learn, share, that's at the heart.
Thank you. Wonderful way to wrap us up. I actually want to give a round of applause to this group here. And really, thank you so much for the insights and for all the work you just committed to doing going forward. Dr. Park is going to say a few words. Is that? Okay, fight for the, there you go.
Okay, so maybe just to thank you all for staying too late with us, and for the participant, and thanks the panel and our distinguished presenter for the excellent work that has been done. As I have mentioned at the beginning, cities are really important, and whatever we can do to empower cities so that they can satisfy the need of their citizens and do it in a way that is aligned with the climate and sustainability goal, we will support strongly. And we are looking forward to be useful and to be able to support cities in this journey. Thank you.
Dear participants, please don't go. We will have just a short video demonstration. So one of our colleagues will be presenting a short video, but we would like to have a picture of the panel, please, before going. And then after the video, we will make a few announcements.
Welcome everybody to the Global Innovation Hub for this session on cities, exploring how we raise finance and deploy capital in ambitious ways to meet the city's ambitious climate targets. I hope everybody is in the right place, having heard that. Something that's obviously very important if you consider that apparently 60% of the $32 trillion needed to meet ambitious climate targets will need to be deployed outside North America and Europe. So there's a lot that has to be done. We have to think about it in a global context. Okay, lots of different speakers here. My name is Ikenna Azwike. I'll be your host today. Can everyone actually hear me okay? Yeah, okay, good. We have grouped our discussions today around 4 different themes, okay? First, we'll be looking at success stories. Where are cities already effectively raising and deploying capital? And then we'll look at the obstacles that are holding back funding from the private sector and donors. We'll take a glimpse into a possible future. We'll consider what creative ideas and opportunities are out there to address those challenges. And lastly, just really think practically. What are the next steps? And I'd make a call. You know, our time is all very valuable, and you know, we've got to do so much in such a little time. Just make a call to all of the speakers to be as provocative, as spiky as possible, as plain speaking as possible, calling out names. See some wry smiles out there. Okay. Right. Who are the panelists? First of all, we were supposed to have with us from the Bezos Earth Fund, Miss Amanda Eichel. She got in at 3 a.m. this morning. Hopefully she'll be able to join us at some point. Joining us online, Miss Divyata Ashia. Divyata, welcome. Good, lovely wave there. From the Long-Term Investment Coalition, lots and lots of finance experience. High level. levels and working with large cities now in the global south, in particular with some exciting projects in Jakarta. So we'll be hearing about those shortly. Mr. Jonas Kamle is a lead climate strategist for the city of Malmö in Sweden. Jonas, welcome.
Thank you. A pleasure to be here.
Great. Mr. Julio Lumbreras, founder and director of City 2030. Julio, are you online? Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Great. Thank you very much. Julio is a professor at the Technical University of Madrid and Harvard School of Public Health, and is also a EU Cities Mission Board member. And Michael Sharon. Michael is not yet online, right? Oh no, he hopefully also will be joining us in person shortly. I'll talk about him later. And sitting next to me live, Rodrigo, it's just you and I here. The International Relations Coordinator for Sao Paulo in Brazil. Okay, let's kick things off with our first discussion theme and some examples of success stories. But I'd like to get a sense from a kind of city perspective and a private finance perspective as to what success actually looks like in this context. Why don't we go, Jonas, why don't you kick us off? What is a successful raising of finance and deployment of capital actually look like? Paint us a picture for us.
Thank you. Absolutely. So I think for me, one brilliant example of how this actually plays out in the real world was when our finance director reached out to me and said, look, Jonas, I would like for you to meet the potential funders that we have for our green bonds in Malmö and talk about the climate work that we do. And the potential funders were very impressed by the robustness of the work that we're doing. And it ended up with us actually getting the lowest rate for the loans that we have, that we've ever had. And we're actually the cheapest ones borrowing money right now in Sweden as a city. And so having a robust framework and a robust way of working is something that reduces the risk for potential funders, and that's something that's very positive. So I think that's a good example of when you actually start to talk inside your own organization and bring different kind of capabilities together.
Flesh that out a little bit for us.
I'm sorry, we lost you there.
Oh, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
When you say robust, can you just flesh out what that means in practice?
Absolutely. So for us, a robust way of working, it always starts with a mutual understanding of the goal, as in where do we actually want to go, and then understanding where are we today, the current system, and then identifying how much of the gap are we bridging with the measures that are already in play today, and what else do we need to do in the future to overcome the remaining gap that we have. And then the robustness is in the way that we work together. And so it's not only the city that does this, but this is about how we work together with investors. It's about how we work with infrastructure owners, with academia and so forth. And then also having that not only a climate perspective, but also have a socioeconomic perspective on it so that we can understand who needs to invest in what, who actually gets to enjoy the benefits of the various investments that are happening and so forth. So it's a very complex way of working, but it also allows for some really major achievements to happen in a very short amount of time. And I think that's very interesting to see how fast this can actually deploy once you get a mutual understanding of your city.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Super interesting. You touched on a lot of things. I think we're going to hear a lot about more the complexity. These things aren't simple. We need to embrace that complexity. And those interesting collaborations also with academia. I'd like to come back to that later. Julio, perhaps you'd like to talk about some of the success stories.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here online with you. Building on what Jonas was saying, I would say that a first thing that cities are doing in Europe, and that's interesting under the cities mission, which has 112 cities in Europe, the big cities and medium-sized cities, over 50,000 inhabitants, is to develop an economic case. So can you hear me? We cannot
turn the volume up a bit, but keep talking. Maybe a little bit louder.
Okay.
Great.
Now, great. No, I was saying that I want to build on what Jonas said, because one thing that I think it's interesting and is what cities under the European Cities Mission are doing is developing an economic case, like a starting point. And the idea of economic case is quantify how much investments are needed in a city to become climate neutral, which means to completely transform the city, right? And the main takeaways from the process we have been doing for several cities in Europe and in particular in Spain with the 7 cities that are part of the mission is first that the economic case is positive. So there is more benefits than the costs associated to that. Although the problem is it's a financial problem because the investments need to be done upfront while the benefits are in a longer term. So first is a benefit economic case. Second, the amount of money that is needed, it's around 10,000 euros per inhabitant. So I live in Madrid. So for example, in Madrid, for a 3.5 million city, there is a need of at least 35 billion euros. So it's a lot of money needed. Next idea, this money shouldn't come from the municipal budget. So in all the cases, in no city is more than 10%. So there is private capital needed, coming both from citizens and from businesses. So we need to create a space, and we'll talk about this later, to bring private capital to the floor.
And Julio, is there a concrete example of this having happened in Madrid? Just to sketch out in general terms.
Yeah, so for example, in Madrid, we did the economic case and we split the investment needs between citizens, business, utilities, and the municipal budget. And we have quantified which is the amount of money that is needed to invest from all the stakeholders. So yes, we've done this for Madrid, for Valencia, for Seville, for Zaragoza, for Vitoria-Gasteiz, for Barcelona.
And give us a number. Valladolid. How much has been raised in this way?
So, well, we are working now on bringing the private sector to the city, and then maybe come to the next question, right? Which are the barriers you mentioned? And there is language barriers. There is also a lack of trust. We need to reduce
but it hasn't actually happened yet. No money has actually been raised. You're working on developing these relationships and this approach, but no money has actually been raised yet in this way.
Well, we've been raised money for some municipal investment through different instruments, through the European Commission Next Generation Fund, through also private companies working, for example, to buy electric buses through bonds and other instruments. And now also at the retrofitting sector, we are bringing money from banks, Spanish banks, to give loans to the citizens. So we have some examples, mainly in the mobility and retrofitting sector, but it's not massive yet. We are working on upscaling the process.
Clear. Thank you very much, Julio. Rodrigo, from a Brazilian, from the Sao Paulo perspective, I should say.
Hello?
I think just talk loudly. I think it will...
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. So first of all, yes, I would like to thank the invitation. For us is very important to be here as a representative of a local government and a city from Latin America, from the global south. And well, this is a very complex questions to raise funny and private investments. What we do in São Paulo is to try to advance the advocating in cities network in order to advocate more access to finance, to international finance. We have in São Paulo our local budget in order to implement the climate action plan, but it is still a very complex situation. So what we do is to be in very close connections with cities networks at C40s and ICLEI in order to try to get more international investments to implement this project. That's it.
Yeah, to learn from your peers, as it were. And hopefully there'll be a lot of that here today. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Divyata, from the private finance perspective, what is working? What does success look like from your kind of industry's perspective?
Sure, thank you. And thank you so much for having me along. I'll just build a little bit on some of the points that have already been made, obviously with real live cases, with some of the folks working very much within the cities themselves. From a financing perspective, the challenges obviously are multifold, but I think there's many good ideas that I think are being worked on and many good success stories that I think are increasingly coming into place, which is also critical as we aim to build a little bit more of a track record, which I think is critical in attracting more capital. I think many different phases that I think are important to point out here. I think just at the very outset, framing what the project itself actually is a critical part of what is important to define with real clarity. And part of that is really developing a thoughtful RFP, which in itself, especially when it comes to many cities globally, many developing or cities specifically in developing markets, the RFP construct itself is in oftentimes where things fall down.
For my
so
benefit,
being able to build on that in a really thoughtful fashion is critical.
For my benefit, what would the RFP? Can you just spell that out?
It's the request for proposal, effectively, what the technical aspects that are required from a build, an own, and operate, a financing, all of the different aspects that are meant to be addressed in order for a potential investor or a particular financial instrument to understand how bankable or how investable a particular project is. Beyond that, I think it really is about bringing, and this again is obviously related, it really is about bringing the most thoughtful investors that are aligned to the project itself to the table. Again, part of the challenge has there been enough for track record? Part of the challenge is has it been bankable? And part of the challenge has it been returns? Have the returns themselves actually been interesting enough for the investors to come forward? I think with some of the earlier pillars in place, this starts to become much more interested. But I also believe that one important element of success is to not just bring outside investors in, but to also continue to build on the domestic and the local financial system. Part of the challenge, I think, historically has been that there is an expectation, in a sense, for outside investors who are less familiar with that to come in. And to build on what Julio said earlier on, in terms of the robustness of what one is aiming to build here, one is aiming to build a robust financial system, which also includes both the local and the domestic financial institutions, such that they can then become very much party and aligned to a broader financing mechanism that we can build.
Zooming in on the need to build on that local financial system and the actors in that sector, is there a specific example, for instance, from Jakarta that you can share?
Sure. I mean, I'll speak more broadly. Just from a developing country perspective. I think in the context of developing countries, we have something like I think 58 national development banks that have accessed international capital markets to build on their operations. And this is something, and this is excluding China, but the volume of issuance from developing countries has actually been reducing over the last 3 years. And there are, on the other hand, a plethora of new financial instruments by way of green bonds, different financing facilities, climate resilient bonds, and a lot of capital has in fact actually been raised specifically to address the climate challenge. But the participation, if you will, from the developing countries is something that I think needs to improve, and there's much more work to be done in order to make sure that they're brought along in this. And there are different initiatives that I think are working on this, but I think there's a great level of support that can be done specifically in this. That's one example on this, and I'm sure there are many other examples that are more city-specific in terms of individual, even more local municipal efforts that can be done in addition to just the broad DFIs.
Okay, thank you very much, Divyata. I'd like to talk a bit about the collaborations. It's key that everyone's mentioned the importance of collaboration between global asset owners, so big like pension funds looking for large-scale investment opportunities. So them, industry leaders from different sectors, the private money looking for innovative strategies and fast scaling, and government and regulators. So those three groups, if you like, are going to have to collaborate a lot. I'd love to get a sense from you, Thomas, from Climate Kick. Is this always going to be a win-win, a kind of no-brainer collaboration, or will there have to be trade-offs and compromises along the line?
Yeah, thanks, Akena. I think that the key to this is that it is not going to be simple if we want to get to the impact and scale that we're talking about. A lot of activities happening now in the market that's quite simple, and people are quite good at it. But the collaboration to get to net zero, to get to climate neutrality at a city level or a regional level, is going to take a different kind of approach. And in my view, it'll take a combination of, I think, to Vyata's comment, we need to keep emphasizing the importance of local capital, not because it's going to be the biggest share, but without that share of capital, it's extremely difficult to have the conversations with a bigger capital ecosystem of private investors, senior government, institutional investors, and funders if you're not also well organized and have some capital at the local level. Related to that in the collaborative conversation is we actually, to get to climate neutrality type of outcomes and scale, we need to change policies that shift markets, that change the conditions in the market. So building energy performance isn't going to happen just because we want it to happen. We need to change the market so that the signals are aligned with the right outcomes that we're seeking to drive towards. And cities do that a lot in other domains. They do it with water systems, they do it with other utility systems. And so we need to work with utilities, local government, and senior government to shape the market to suit what it is we're trying to get as an outcome. And if climate neutrality and resilience is the outcome we want, then we're going to have to do that and use private capital to match with the local and public capital, regional capital, potentially national government resources, because that's important to cities, to blend that all together. Now, that's completely doable, but it's not simple because there's a lot of process and there are many decision points along the way that need to be worked through.
Thanks very much, Thomas. Everyone nods, on the panel when you say it's not going to be simple. And you kicked us off, Jonas, highlighting the complexity of the success scenarios that you've had. But let's talk about then what makes it so difficult. What are the obstacles when we want to work in this way? Jonas, sorry, yeah.
Sure. So I think, there's so many things. So let me just start by thinking that, so in one way, cities, hopefully we understand our own cities pretty good. So we know how the systems operate, we know where the emissions are, we understand the businesses that are involved and so forth. So we kind of have a pretty good idea of that space. I would say that we do not have an understanding of the financial space whatsoever. So we don't know what kind of opportunities are available. We don't know what someone would consider a bankable investment or not. And there's also, so I think there's a lot of cross-learning that needs to happen. So I need to sit down with people like Divyata and understand, right, so what would she think would be something that would be interesting to invest into, and to understand that whole space that we have very little competence or understanding of. And I think the same is for the other way around. We also need to have that conversation the other way. And so the people that are going to fund this transition also needs to understand what is it that needs to be funded, who is actually responsible for making that investment that we're talking about, and what opportunities does that individual or that organization have to make that happen. So if I talk about Malmö, for example, we're AAA rated. We have no problem raising money. We could borrow as much as we wanted to make any kind of investment that we would be interested in. But we are not the ones who are going to be investing into to solve the climate neutrality by 2030. I would say that roughly maybe we will be investing worth maybe 15% of the emissions in Malmö. So that means that 85 or 80% roughly of the emissions are other parties that are responsible for. Some of those we can collaborate with. They will be large infrastructure owners or utilities. They will have their own way of raising funds. And so then you need to start to understand, all right, so what does that mean? Do they need to find new ways of funding or financing their investments, and what would that look like? And then you would have all your citizens. They will need to have a way to finance their transition. And this is where it gets really tricky, because I hear a lot of conversation about bankable investments, and maybe the city could go in as a guarantee, but that's never going to happen in the real world, because the local politicians can never become the guarantee for investments that simply bear too high of a risk. If it doesn't stand on its own two legs, the investment, we will never be able to be that guarantee. So we always have to talk about what is it that needs to change, who is actually responsible for that change, and then what options do we have. The city can support, but we can never be that guarantor for that kind of an investment flow that people are talking about. And I think these are kind of some of the key questions that you need to start to think about. But I also think, tying into Divyata's conversation, I think it's also about realigning already existing investment flows to make sure that they also, so say that you're investing in infrastructure as a city, for example, then you need to start to think about, all right, if I change this investment or tweak it in some way, maybe it can give a climate positive benefit, maybe a health positive benefit, maybe it can help my citizens to make their choices easier and get that transformation space happening. So I think it's also about understanding your own investments.
Jonas, when I think of systems innovation, especially in the finance and capital space, I wonder if tweaking is enough, because we've talked about how complex these things are. Thomas, is tweaking enough? Like, are we thinking radically enough about this stuff?
Well, I'll give you a very specific example. When I was working on a program in Portland, Oregon, so that's in the U.S., but to try to scale up building retrofit programs. The market was providing homeowners and building owners with loans that were, 5-year loans at 7%. And those were fairly straightforward, easy. That was an easy transaction. But if you actually looked at what the buildings required to reduce energy use and convert to clean sources together, you actually needed 4% 12-year money. So one of the challenges is looking at the divide there and saying, okay, what needs to happen to align that level of activity with that kind of capital? And you have to work on both sides of that. First, you have to get a credible strategy to scale the level of building retrofit activity, because that capital isn't going to likely come for one building at a time kind of financing. So it needs to be more structured. So you need a policy driver to drive aggregation of buildings to go through a retrofitting exercise. The other is, nobody who's in the market offering that money without doing the work of soliciting them, talking about what is it going to take. Do you need credit enhancement? What kind of standardization is required so that underwriting and finance can work quickly and efficiently? And you have to socialize that. It takes time. You have to build relationships. I think trust was brought up. And you do need to create this sort of risk management toolkit that will allow for effective problem solving. But I think the key to that is there is plenty of 12-year 4% capital out in the world. It's just not looking for that activity yet. And that activity isn't quite teed up at the scope and scale that allows you to then matchmake. And it sounds a little bit like you need superpowers to put that all together, but you really just need time, effort, persistence, and the ability to build those relationships and push through those problems. I remember working on it, and we'd literally go to lenders and say, will you sign this? And they're like, no. Okay, what needs to change? Will you sign this? Like, you have to be willing to be that persistent to get to the place you need to be.
Clear. Thank you very much. Thomas and Jonas have touched on many of the obstacles. So insufficient credit profile of local actors when Jonas was talking about at a citizen level. Thomas has mentioned the non-standardization of contracts. That makes this stuff very, very difficult to do. You need credible strategies. Is that fundable? Is exploring what sort of strategies and business cases are needed fundable? And policy change. You know, maybe should cities have more influence when it comes to national policy? Let's explore a little bit more the credible strategy and how we bridge the gap between knowing what you want to finance and actually being able to finance it. Let me ask Divyata and Julio. Divyata first. Is that fundable? Oh, sorry. Well, let's go to Divyata.
No, sorry.
Oh, no, Julio's got his hand up. He's desperate.
No,
okay,
yes,
go on, Julio.
I'm so sorry, but I have to leave. So just 1 minute, and I have to go because I have a meeting here. So, and apologies about that. So sorry, it's only two comments or two ideas. I would want to talk about collective leadership and collective intelligence. So I think it's what we need to overcome these barriers. So collective leadership is touching upon the Jonas thing about bringing all the parties or all the stakeholders together. It's about bringing, for example, in Valencia, they have the mission ambassadors. They have more than 150 organizations that are committed to become climate neutral by 2030 in their core business. So, for example, a supermarket, the university, for example, a large university of 20,000 students will become climate neutral, the campus, in 2030. So we need this collective leadership. Everybody assuming responsibility, getting commitments, and finding ways to finance this. And that's when we need different instruments. And in terms of collective intelligence, as we won't solve this problem at the pace and scale we need, because that's systemic and it's massive, we need to do things in a different way. And I think the only way to do things in a different way is bringing different intelligences to the table. And we need to create spaces where we can safely think together, the government, local, regional, national, the academia, the civil society, and private sector. And it's extremely easy to say and extremely hard to implement, because we need to fund these spaces and we need to create trust and we need to work on the terms of reference for that and give incentives to everybody to participate in these kind of spaces.
Thank you very much, Julio. Divyata, following up on Julio's point about collective leadership, I mean, that's you're part of that. You're plugged into a network like that from a private finance perspective, aren't you? Is it working?
I'd say that we're definitely moving in the right direction. It's a big lift, and for all of the reasons that we're discussing here. But I think that there is a collective responsibility and a recognition that by putting all of the different interests on the table, I think there's a way to actually move in the right direction and in the same direction. So the example that you mentioned earlier, and I think as part of some of the broader initiatives, this isn't just a question of public capital. This isn't just a question of a private capital, nor is it just of the cities, nor is it specifically just of the operators. I think that once everyone has a real sense as to what the different combined interests, but also aligned interests are, then I think we can move in the right direction. So as an example, putting together and mobilizing large-scale capital, which is effectively what is necessary to address some of these issues, and specifically the large-scale problems that we have and that we need to address with regard to the ambitious goals in cities programs as well as others. It's large-scale financing that is needed. Governments themselves are not going to be able to do this. You'd mentioned earlier, and this is a part of the initiatives that I'm very involved with, is working with private capital along the lines of the large-scale pension funds, the large sovereign wealth funds, and others who are very interested and able to provide some of this capital. But how do you do that in a de-risked fashion? How do you do this in a fashion such that their objectives as well are going to be able to be met, whilst at the same time the operators and the cities and the countries themselves are also going to be able to deliver.
Sorry, Divyata, can you perhaps speak up a little bit? I don't know if it's we're struggling to hear the last few sentences. Go
I
for it.
apologize. Is that better?
Perfect.
Perhaps I'll turn
Perfect,
up
yeah.
the volume at my end. Is that better? I hope. So I think what I was just saying is that I think that being able to de-risk that in the appropriate fashion makes a big difference, and that's part of the devil being in the details themselves. That I think that everyone is now working in a more concerted fashion around blended finance, and we've heard a couple of things that Thomas, for example, has mentioned here, specifically as it relates to blended finance. How do you think more carefully and thoughtfully around some of the domestic financial institutions? How do you think about first loss? When it comes to the types of investment vehicles and the financial instruments that you want to put here? Is it going to be the cities who take the first loss? Is it going to be a national government? So at some level, you do have a different level of a coming together within the cities, the domestic industry, as well as at a sovereign level as well.
Divyata, bankers thinking thoughtfully, I can imagine. When it comes to generating profit, but when we're talking about having to think thoughtfully about funding projects in cities, for instance, that aren't triple A rated, or thinking thoughtfully about a mindset shift when it comes to risk, are they genuinely? Is there genuine appetite amongst bankers at your sector level for this kind of stuff?
I think there is a greater level of an interest in having the conversation, which I think everyone realizes is important, because I think everyone recognizes that this is a global issue. Around what happens in a large city on the other side of the world is something that we will see the outcome of in terms of weather patterns at this side of the world. So I think everyone recognizes that this isn't simply a question of just financial returns. I think where everyone recognizes this is a collective responsibility in order to how do we make this work. I don't think necessarily that there is a plug and play solution that one can take from one city and put it exactly to work in the other. I think that's part of what I think is going on, is that to be able to build the right type of model such that they can start to be an additional level of a track record, such that each of these investors then get increasing levels of comfort. But within that, I think we have come a long way. And I think there's several conversations as it relates to specific projects, as it relates to specific investors, all of whom are very engaged in progressing that and making this something that is a really investable asset class.
Okay, thank you, Divyata. Rodrigo, I'll come to you in just a second, Jonas, okay? Rodrigo, I don't know if is Sao Paulo AAA rated or not, but do you, in your experience, when you're going out and looking for money, are people open to, what sorts of reception do you get when you say, for instance, we want to explore a new strategy or business case with respect to a particular project?
Yes, it's going well, and but I think one of the challenges that we still face in São Paulo is regulating. And now there is a new agency called SP Regula that is in charge with all the regulations in the structure of the city hall. In São Paulo, we have a very giant structure, and one of the most challenges I think that we face is to coordinate all the bodies and the departments involved, for example, in the climate change action plan and sorry. Yes, and
oh, have we? Yeah, okay. Use my mic.
So very kind. Yeah. Okay. And so this is takes political leadership and the importance not only to get the coordination inside the city hall, but all the players involved and the society.
Okay, thank you very much. Jonas, you had your hand up.
So I just wanted to, I think, two reflections on my side. One was actually that I don't think that it necessarily needs to be super complex, even though I work in city spaces and that's super complex to deal with this transition. But I think there's also I wanted to just raise an example like IKEA, for example, have partnered up with with two local Swedish companies, one to sell heat pumps and the other one to sell solar cells, solar installations. And so all of a sudden, you as a customer, you can go to IKEA and buy your heat and energy production solution, and they deal with the financing of it, they deal with the installation of it and the supply of it. And I think that's also a mechanism that I think we're gonna see more of those kind of partnerships where funding streams can go to a retailer who will then set up a whole solution package basically in play. And I think we'll see more of, which I think is very interesting, at least when you start to talk about the change at an individual or family level to solve some of the solutions that we're looking for. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about, at least raise the aspect of stranded assets, which at least in the European context, stranded assets is becoming a major player right now, I would say, especially when it comes to the energy sector. And for example, in the current energy crisis that we have in Europe, a fairly large energy provider or utility was bought up by the German government for a very large sum of money. And now that utility is going to have a loss of 40 billion euros this year. And I think that is also something that I think funders or investors are also considering, is that there's already a risk being taken by investors in many different options. And so I think that that's also something that needs to be balanced, the risk of investing into the future and the risk of holding current investments, and what would that mean? And I think that's just a reflection that it's easy to talk about risks in city space as it's something new, but risks are already being taken. And I'm not a risk expert, but I think the risk is something we need to have a conversation about. What's a reasonable risk and what does that look like, and compare that with other risks that we're already accepting. So that was just a reflection on my side.
Okay, thank you, Jonas. There appears to be a rock band in the pavilion somewhere, so it's getting a little bit louder. But we're moving towards the close, and you mentioned the future there, Jonas. I'd like us to consider what that might look like, and perhaps starting off thinking about something Julio said about the need to create safe spaces where we can experiment. Thomas, is that a likely part of the future?
It's a great question. Not only is it part of the future, it's part of the present now in Europe as we pursue this European mission of climate neutral cities by 2030. I'd lose my job if I didn't make a plug for that. But the idea behind the mission of 100 cities climate neutral by 2030 is really to create this innovation space for cities and experts and sources of capital, et cetera, to all come together with a big sandbox of cities who are willing to try new policies, work on new structures, new ways of delivering on decarbonization, whether it's in buildings or in the transportation sector, et cetera. And so really creating this sort of innovation lab at a European scale, right? Because getting 100 cities to climate neutral, or 112, doesn't really address the climate problem if we're not figuring out how to help all the other cities around the globe follow in that pathway. And so it really needs to be focused on learning and developing new models, new policies, new structures for how capital can be deployed faster and more effectively for the impacts that we have. So we're starting down that path now.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Very briefly, are there any questions in the audience? Yes, a hand shot up at the back. Okay, I'm going to come and find you. Sorry. What's your name? What's your question?
Hi, I came in half an hour late, but Brendan Kern, I work at the London School of Economics, Grantham Research Institute. I know Thomas's work, and we know each other for a few years. Apologies if this has already been covered, but I think the real challenge in terms of bringing together a portfolio of assets in a city. Hello? Oh, God, I can hear myself. That's terrifying. What I was saying is the main challenge is mixing together different assets that have different return profiles and risk profiles into a single portfolio. And Thomas, I know you're working on this, but I'd be interested to hear from others. How do we overcome that? Is it with a single new asset type, like based around a city place-based asset type. Otherwise, there's the risk that investors will just cherry pick those with the greatest returns, and we end up with exacerbating problems, really.
Let's ask this one to Divyata, please. Great question.
Yeah, I think that thank you for the question. I think there are different examples of this that I think are increasingly being explored. So the idea of cherry picking, I think, is defeatist in every single way, in large part because that's exactly how one is not going to be able to get that large scale capital, and how one is not going to be able to achieve the type of joint initiative that we're aiming for across the both domestic as well as some of the international market participants. So a way such that there can be, and broadly this is a question of a risk, so how does one share the risk? There can be questions and elements of how one can think about a first loss, for example, which can help alleviate in the early days to bring a project to a fruition. But beyond that, the idea of returns being imbalanced around outside investors versus others is, I think, somewhat defeatist. I believe that there will likely be more of a progression of the type of way one is going to be thinking about the different returns across different aspects of the cap structure, if one wants to think about it that way, in terms of the domestic, in terms of the city, in terms of the international investors. But increasingly, what one wants to work toward is that this is going to be very much of a win-win after all. And we talked about this at the early part of the conversation. How does one, over time, start to also invest in and develop a really strong ecosystem of domestic financial institutions? If one was to double, and I think it's a very, very meaningful number, but if one was to only just double the capacity that they currently have, we are very well on the way to achieving the net zero targets that most cities would be able to get to.
Okay, thank you, Divyata. Is there time for one more? There's time for one more question from the audience? No. Then I think we're going to leave it there, everyone. Thank you very much. It's clear that systems innovation is kind of key to unlocking the potential finance has to help us achieve our climate ambitions. I love the idea of what Thomas was saying at European level, really creating systems innovation labs where we can experiment with all of the ideas that we've heard here today. We need to embrace the complexity. It's not simple, but it's fun problem solving, isn't it? It's fun. Thank you very much to all of our guests. Thank you, Divyata, Jonas, and Thomas, and Julio, who had to leave us earlier. And with me in the room, the two lonesome panelists. Thank you very much, Rodrigo, and myself, Iken Azuike. Take care.
Thank you.
My name is Iken Azuike. I'll be your host for this session. Welcome to the Global Innovation Hub. This session is on exploring the capabilities and mindsets, the
and welcome to We Don't Have Time's Dragonfly's Den. For you avid watchers of We Don't Have Time, you'll remember that we actually launched this at Stockholm Plus 50, where we had different companies and not-for-profits pitch their climate action ideas to a jury. And we voted on these different companies, 3 of which made it to the finals that we are going to be hosting here at COP27. We will have another Dragonfly's Den on the 9th, 10th, 11th, and the finale will be November 16th. So mark it on your calendars and make sure to tune in. We are going to have many more companies and amazing ideas pitch us tonight and over the course of the next several days. So the companies that have qualified will be from the previous Stockholm Plus 50 broadcast, will be part of the mix of companies that will pitch to us these coming days. And we have some incredible jurors that will be discussing these ideas amongst themselves and coming up with a rating from 1 to 5 as to whether or not these companies deserve to move as finalists forward in this competition. And so we will give each of the companies 5 minutes, and then the jurors will have 5 minutes, and we will see what they get rated. This will be very exciting, but it's not just for the jurors here, and it's not just for the companies here. All of you tuning in and engaging with us, please also join us. Get involved in this competition. We would love for you to use this app and to vote as well. And what we'll do is combine the votes from you, the audience, and our engaged users, along with the jurors' votes. We will tally these and announce a final winner on November 16th. So get excited. This is one of the most engaging and fun segments that we have, and we're really thrilled to see who is going to be the winner. The winner will get a 1-year proactive partnership with We Don't Have Time. This means that we, at We Don't Have Time, will support the companies and their climate solutions in going that much further. So, without further ado, let's kick things off and meet the jury. So we first have Marindam Kombati, who is joining us via Zoom, and he is the Regional Project Manager of Africa Mini-Grids Program for the UNDP. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We also have with us in studio Peggy Brannigan, Director of Global Environmental Sustainability at LinkedIn. Welcome, Peggy.
Thank you.
We also, before I come to Ingmar in studio, let's also introduce our third juror, Christina Kalmark, who is a partnership manager at We Don't Have Time. She is joining us from the Stockholm hub. Great to have you, Christina. And of course, our very own CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time, Ingmar Renshag, who is in studio with us. Welcome, Ingmar. And now, the first company to pitch tonight is Sonali Figueres. She is the co-founder and CEO of Source Green. So, we're really excited for Sonali to kick things off. Do we have Sonali on screen?
Hi, everyone. I'm Sonali Figueres. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Source Green. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the problem with plastic. So maybe some of you know that last year, the United Nations called the plastic crisis on par with the climate crisis. But when it comes to plastic and plastic waste, we're actually doing the math wrong. We're not calculating the true cost of plastic. We look at plastic as just a material and that we use mostly for packaging and for textiles, but we don't actually fully calculate the cost to society, the environment, and our health. Source Green is the world's first plastic reduction software for companies. We help brands quit plastic. We do this by 1, creating the world's first true cost plastic audit of plastic packaging. Then we help brands create roadmaps to reduce the plastic packaging in their supply chain. And finally, we help brands source alternatives to plastic that are waste-based, tree-free, 100% bio-based, and made from renewable feedstock. Our goal is to help companies who are lost amidst a sea of greenwashing and lack of consistency and lack of understanding and opacity around the damage that plastic does to our health, our environment, our wildlife, our soil, our water, and so much more, by giving them the tools they need to visualize, quantify, and reduce the plastic packaging in their supply chain.
Okay, Sonali, thank you for sharing that with us. Really appreciate it. So, what we're going to do is go to the jury now, and since we didn't get a chance to actually ask each of you to give a little explanation behind who you are, why you are interested in this competition, Sonali, you get a bonus here. You'll have the judges rate you and give a little explanation as to why they're interested in being involved in this climate action competition. So, Peggy, since you're in studio with us, let me please start with you. Just as the head of sustainability at LinkedIn, tell us why this competition is interesting for you, why you wanted to participate, and then please comment on Sonali's climate action.
Yeah, thank you. So, at LinkedIn, we are all about supporting green companies, green entrepreneurs, because they create green jobs. And we have noticed on the platform over the last year that green entrepreneurs are getting much more traction on our platform than entrepreneurs in general. So we have, it's really important for our mission. What I like about your solution is that you are starting at the front end by trying to avoid more plastic going into the atmosphere versus trying to recycle or remove it afterwards. So I think that's brilliant. And I think other thing I like about this is it's the whole process you take your customer through, from the audit to the roadmap to actually helping them implement and source, because I think that's probably the hardest part, is finding locally available materials. So I'll turn it over to the next.
I won't ask you for a rating just yet. Let's hear from each of the jurors first. So, Ingmar, I'll come to you since you are here in the studio as well. Why are you interested in being a judge for this type of competition? Obviously, this We Don't Have Time platform is very solutions oriented. It's at the core ethos for who you are as a person and what you started as a company. But tell our audience a little bit about why it's so important to support other companies in their climate action effort.
One of the reasons why we're doing this format of having climate solutions pitching is actually that as an entrepreneur, you always need to pitch to investors. And green entrepreneurs, they are very much passionate for driving change. And of course, they have to have a business model that works as well. But sometimes, for me at least, it's very frustrating when you meet investors that don't understand that the purpose is as much important as the profit. It's not either or, it's both. And if you have a great purpose, you will actually make much more profit, because in the future, all business will be about purpose. The reason why I love to be in this jury is to be able to say to others that they have really bad solutions. No, I was kidding. It's the reason to have the ability to focus on the solution and the purpose. The money is of course important, but without having a mission, the solution is not good enough. So that's why I'm looking forward for this.
That was fantastic explanation, but you also didn't get to Sonali's solution and how she's doing as an entrepreneur.
No, I think it's a brilliant solution, and I also believe that regarding the plastic, I mean, it's great with those that are working on collecting plastic in the ocean, etc., etc. Unfortunately, we need to do that. But if we're going to solve this plastic problem, and we must solve the plastic problem, we can't just take care of the trashes when it hits the ocean. We must make sure that we don't produce and use any plastic. And if we produce and use plastic, we must make sure that it never goes into the nature. And we can never guarantee that, so we need to find other solutions for plastic. I mean, plastic is kind of crazy. We have a material we often use one time that will last thousands of years. We definitely have better solutions for that.
Right?
So okay. I really love what you're doing when you're also working with the supply chain, etc. Because if we change this, we need to change the whole system. We can't just do it ourselves.
Okay,
We're actually,
so Peggy sounds positive towards your solution, Sonali. Ingmar sounds positive. We still have 2 more jurors to hear from. So let's go to Merindem. And if you're muted, sir, please unmute and go ahead. We'd love to hear a little bit about why you are participating as a juror in this competition and what you think about Sonali's solution.
Thank you very much. I think I have been working in the impact investment space for the past 13 years, and I think in that, I mean, I have served in many roles, and I have had the opportunity to work with developers, project developers, or entrepreneurs, and I have also had the opportunity to participate in similar competitions where I have given feedback from the investors' perspective to social entrepreneurs. And I think that it will be helpful to give similar feedback to companies and entrepreneurs that are participating in this competition. And I think for me, that was, the main motivation behind this, because I have, done similar works across West Africa, and think that my experience will be very useful for those participating in this competition. In terms of the pitch, I think I might not be able to give a fair assessment or a fair feedback, because I had a bit of technical issues in the course of the presentation. But I initially followed, and I think I would say the solution the problem description was very clear, and the solution was, clearly presented. What I missed was, the investment ask, because, this sounds very interesting, very innovative, but how much is needed to really get these off the ground? I think I missed that part. Maybe I couldn't hear her when she was presenting, because I had a bit of challenge in the course of the presentation. Thank you very much, but it was a good one.
Thank you, Merindem. So you hear that, Sonali. We need a hard ask from you. So we're coming back to you. No worries. We have one more judge, and Christina Kolomark from We Don't Have Time, coming in from Stockholm, Sweden. Would love to hear your interest in participating in this competition and what your thoughts are on Sonali's climate action.
Yes. Hi, Sweta. Yeah, I have a background from business. I've been working in large corporations as an entrepreneur for many, many years, bringing in new ideas into the big companies. And today I am a partnership manager with We Don't Have Time. So I'm constantly looking for small and large organizations that are doing new things in line with where we have to go with the climate. So my hope is to find new companies that I can onboard in participating here today. Looking at this question, I really think that what you're doing, it's very necessary. And like Peggy said, you are doing it from the start to the end. However, I get some questions in my head regarding how easy is it to use? Do you also do consultancy work for this to be able to scale? So yes, the thing that you're doing looks really interesting, and I have some questions.
Christina, would you like to ask a question?
Well, one of them were, who are this for really large corporations? How easy is it to use this thing? It sounds really good when you look at it. Do you need to sell consultancy as well to be able to use it?
Okay, Sonali, we don't normally do this, but because you've been such a sport, allowing the jurors to give a little bit more context, feel free to respond to the question, and then I'm going to go to the judges for their ratings, 1 to 5. So Sonali, just take 1 minute, please. Go ahead.
Sure. So quickly, want to answer Mr. Combate's question, which is that our ask is we're raising $1 million in pre-seed. In terms of how easy it is for people to use the tool, this is a tool that is aimed at all sizes of corporations, from SMEs to MNCs, and we're actually testing it out right now with a small business, a medium business, and a large MNC. It is a SaaS climate tech tool. So there are different, you pay per basically layer depending on how many products you want to analyze and source. In terms of consulting, we actually built this tool because we did so much consulting, because we realized that brands were completely lost in terms of how to evaluate the changes they needed to make in their plastic packaging supply chain. And we decided that we wanted a tool that was much more scalable than just doing consultancy work. So this is actually a
Recording
scalable
stopped.
version of,
Recording in progress.
this is a scalable version of a consultancy, the consultancy work we did previously.
Thank you, Sonali. For those of you that are noticing the Zoom video is out, it's because it is. It is nothing wrong with your computers. We are working on it. The audio is still here. So these are the perks of doing this live from a Sharm el-Sheikh. But the fact that this is a live stream couldn't be more evident. And we're thrilled that we still have everybody connected just via audio, not video. We're working on getting it back. So let me go to each of the jurors now and get a rating from 1 to 5. Peggy, I'll start with you. Where does Sonali's company, Source Green, fall?
I'm going to give it a 5. I'm going to give it a 5.
Okay, Sonali, you got a 5 from Peggy. That's 5 out of 5. Not bad. Ingmar, go for it.
That's really, it's high score here. I would like to give it a 4. And the reason why I don't give a 5 is that I think you need to think even bigger. Bring in more money, scale faster, and just do this even larger because the world needs it. And I think you can do it because you have a great business.
So Sonali, that's positive feedback. It's not quite the 5, but it's a almost 5 if you go even bigger in ambition. Marindam, if you can hear me, which I hope you can, please give me a rating from 1 to 5 for Sonali's company, Source Green.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. I've just done that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I think I'll give it a 4. It is an innovative, solution, but I think you shouldn't be shy to ask, because if you are pitching, the purpose of pitching is, to raise money. I mean, this is an elevator pitch, 5 minutes. So I think coming from an investment background, I would say it could be sharper and straight to the point as to what you need to get your solution off the ground. So I'll give it a 4.
Great feedback for a budding entrepreneur. Thank you for that. Christina, let me come to you. Rating, please, from 1 to 5.
My rating is also a 4. I like the answer you gave and that you're testing it on both small and large companies, and the area is really important. And when the test is done, it might be higher, but a 4 for now.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Sonali, for joining us, for giving us your pitch, and for being open to this feedback. We're excited that you are part of this competition, and we look forward to seeing how you do as the next few days and the finales play out. Thank you, Sonali. We are ready to bring in our next pitch. So I'm thrilled to have with us via Zoom, Tim Du. Tim is the CEO of Ginger Tech. So Tim, your 5 minutes start now. Please fire away. And if you're muted, please unmute. There we go, we can hear you.
Yeah, that's great. Hello, everyone. Imagine for a moment that every employee on our blue planet could do the following 3 things. 1, integrate environmental thinking into their everyday decision-making. 2, were part of an organization that was being more successful because it had a lower carbon footprint. And 3, shareholders, directors, managers, and staff all thought it was their own idea to do this. In other words, addressing the triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit. That is a future I want, and a future the world desperately needs. I firmly believe the only way we can solve climate change together is to give everybody a knife and attack it with 8 billion tiny cuts. Perhaps the greatest step forward in computing in the last century was the move from serial processing to parallel, which allows many processes to run at the same time. Our governments need to legislate, organizations need to create policy, and we have to mobilize the workforce. We can't do this one thing after another. We have to do it in parallel, and we don't have time to mess about. Implementing climate thinking into organizations is really difficult. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as sticking a set of solar panels on the roof. Businesses are incredibly complex things to run. Integrating ESG practices for many people is a step too far. This is leading to slow, or worse, no adoption by the vast majority of organizations, and many working people just don't think it's their responsibility. Over the past 30 years, I've been helping organizations to improve and work differently. The problem was I was getting bored of my own voice, just saying the same stuff over and over and over again. It worked, but it was very, very slow. About 5 years ago, I had my midlife crisis and I went back to my biochemistry roots to see if I could find out if there was a quicker way. So I began to study psychology and I learned something very simple. The only way you can get someone to believe in an idea is to get them to believe it was their own idea in the first place. So I asked myself, how do I get people in organizations to come up with the ideas for improvement for themselves? I'd like to ask you all a question. When you learned to ride a bike, did you use a book? Did you use a slide deck? Did you attend a 10-part lecture series? If the answer is no to these questions, I'd like you to ask yourselves, how did you learn to ride a bike? The answer, of course, is that you did so by just doing it. And importantly, you still know how to ride a bike many, many years later, but you may not remember the slideshow that you attended last week. Experiential learning works, and it's worked since the dawn of time. And here's another thing proven by science. The best way to solve that complexity is to get multiple people working together. Working on your own is very slow. Working as a team, you can handle more problems, solve harder stuff, and get to solutions faster. So I incorporated all of this thinking and a little game theory magic into our award-winning simulation platform. Our latest simulation is called GoGreen.inc. It's designed for groups to work together to build a successful organization, yes, that makes profit and also reduces its carbon footprint by 45%, not in 18 years, but in just 18 months. Groups of between 5 and 15 people come together virtually or in a classroom, and after a short training session, they're up and running with their very own business. We have 3 levels. Each level is 26 weeks worth of trade, and this happens in just 26 minutes. You have to get your communication and processes sorted out, understand what products and services will make you money, and reduce the different scopes of emissions, and figure out which investments will accelerate your results. Between each round, we'll give you time to assimilate the issues, invent new ideas, create best working practices, and together you will co-design a better organization. And shh, don't tell anyone. All the ideas that you come up with, you can apply tomorrow in your own workplace. I'm not going to pretend that this is easy. It's difficult. But just remember, no animals and children get hurt in a simulation, and it's loads of fun. Are you up for the challenge? This isn't a toy. This accelerates us to a world where employees are integrating environmental thinking for themselves, creating success by going green, and everybody knows that it was their idea all along. Together, we can do this.
Thank you, Tim. And I should just note, fantastic pitch from my point of view, but it's not me that's judging. We cannot go over time. This is for all the other pitchers to remember that some of these judges are very strict on time, so please keep to your 5 minutes. And with that, let's go with Marindam. Let's start with you. How did you feel about Tim's pitch? Any feedback is welcome. Please do unmute. Marindam, were you able to hear me? Would love to hear your feedback for Tim. Perfect.
Yeah, now I think it took a while for the host to unmute me. Yeah, Thank you very much, Tim. I think that was a very powerful pitch with a strong story behind that. I think I struggled a bit to understand the value proposition, but I think somehow I ended up getting that towards the end of your pitch. And again, just as I mentioned for the previous pitch, I don't know if this solution needs some sort of financial backing or support to scale up. And I also don't get a sense of, what the market looks like. Are there other companies or similar companies doing, or with similar solutions on the market out there? I think I didn't get a sense of that, but I like the confidence and the clarity in your narrative, and I think it was a strong pitch, as I mentioned. So that's it from my side.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your thoughts. Christina, let's go to you. Your feedback for Tim, please.
Yes, thank you, Tim. We met once before when you told me about this, and I think it's spot on when it comes to making people think it's their own idea, working in teams, etc. It took some time before you got to the key, but you did. I have a question about the scaling regarding, is this a digital tool that could become huge, or does it need a person?
Am I allowed to answer that right now?
I will come back to you. Just please note down the feedback and any questions. I'll give you a minute to respond before we go to the ratings. Peggy, please.
Yeah, thank you. I would say that for me, it took a little too long to explain what the product is, but I think you made a really good case for, the why and how the product would be powerful. But I think probably get to the point so you would have more time to explain about the product. The other thing I'm wondering about is the uptake. What is to Miranda's point, what is the value that you'd be offering to the companies? Because I assume you'd be selling it to them so that they could implement it with groups of their employees. So, I think you need to make the business case there.
Thank you for that feedback, Peggy. Ingmar.
I have similar feedback as Peggy. I love the pitch about make the ID become their own. That's a trick in the management style I use personally. That's why you have so many great ideas, Shata.
Right. Yes.
It took a little bit. I didn't really grasp how this solution works and what companies, how they use it, who are your customers. So I will have needed a little bit more practical information. That was what I was missing in the pitch. I do think, however, it sounds like a great solution, but I don't completely understand it, I would say. So
you're very practical. This is why it works, working with somebody like me who's a scientist. And Tim, I appreciated that science underpins so much of your climate solution, but ultimately scientists spend too much time communicating that science. I think that was one of the consensus points of feedback for you. So go ahead, you have 1 minute, please. You feel free to respond to the feedback you received.
Okay, so at the moment it is a facilitator-led product. Okay, so that's the first thing. In the next, just before Christmas, we'll be launching our non-facilitated version, which means that anybody, anywhere on the planet will be able to just log on and be able to play it for a fee. In terms of the customer, we don't need any money in answer to your question because we've got a mature product and we're ready in the market. What we do need is introductions to organizations that can promote and see it more sort of governmentally sponsored, I suppose. In terms of playing the simulation, we played it with 17-year-olds right the way through to the C-suites of multi-billion-dollar organizations. So in terms of application, it can be used at any level within an organization. And the beauty of it is that in natural fact, the problem is not human. It's not about whether or not it's applicable to the pharmaceutical industry or not. It's about how humans interact and how we create peer accountability about all the decisions that are made within organizations on, as I said before, a day-to-day basis. So I think we're ready for the market. We're already in the market, and we're attracting a lot of very large, phenomenal organizations which are buying the simulation for education and for integrating that thinking throughout their organizations.
Okay, so based on that, let's see, did he satisfy you with his responses, judges? Let me start with Christina. 1 to 5, what would you give Tim?
I'd give it a 3.
3 from Christina, okay. Coming to Mirandam, what would you give Tim, 1 to 5? Mirandam, you can leave your audio on. Don't mute going forward.
Okay, I think that would help. Likewise, I would go for a 3 for reasons given earlier.
3 from Mirandam as well, okay. Peggy, what will it be from you?
I likewise a 3, and I would just say we love the idea, but I would say you might want some money because your product might be ready, but the distribution and the marketing and scaling to get it out there would be helpful to have some more resources.
Ask for the check, Tim. Ingmar,
okay, give me the money, but we've got delivery partners all over the world, so it's okay.
Go ahead, Ingmar. Final word.
I'm very boring. I will also give a 3, and the reason for that is that it seems like you have a lot more going on when you're actually telling. I don't think you're from the United States because you need to improve the bragging. To say that you have organization all around the world, mention who you work with, mention what you do, and mention that companies love to use your tool. And I will give you a higher score, but you need to brag more in order to get this higher score.
I'm sorry for being British.
Well, never apologize for that. I never apologize for being American. So thank you so much, Tim. Really appreciate you sharing your company with the Dragonfly's Den and all of those who are viewing around the world. Appreciate you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Let's move now to our next pitcher, Caitlin Prendeville. She is the founder of Seed Culture. Caitlin, we welcome you via Zoom. Your pitch, your 5 minutes, and we're strict with the timing, so please keep note of the time that's passing. Please start now.
Helplessness, isolation, despair, or vision, hope, collective action. Without vision, we cannot sow the seeds for action, and without collective action, we cannot solve the greatest challenge of our time. My name is Caitlin, and I'm here to talk about the hidden in plain sight solution to the climate crisis, human behaviour. We believe that the key to solving climate change is in mobilising people, whether that's to drive climate-friendly behaviours, to influence and accept government regulations, or to come up with innovative ideas for solutions. The problem is, nothing in our evolutionary psychology has prepared us to tackle a problem like climate change. We're simply not wired to solve problems that are highly complex, distant in time and place, and that don't have a clear enemy. We also need to overcome the general lack of awareness on the urgency and causes of climate change. It is this problem that has inspired my software startup, Seed Culture. We're on a mission to leverage human psychology to scale collective awareness and action on the climate. But how to reach people and how to do it at scale? Well, I'm sure everybody here is familiar with the plethora of net zero pledges that are being made globally. And yet, despite it rising to the top of the corporate agenda, it's still largely tackled in a piecemeal and siloed manner. As a corporate sustainability consultant myself, I've seen firsthand the bottleneck that this causes. To truly drive sustainable change, it must be embedded into the daily work and decisions of all employees, who must also understand how their role connects to the broader sustainability agenda. Unfortunately, there is a general lack of sustainability awareness and competency amongst teams. While much of today's workforce, particularly younger generations, want to contribute, they simply don't know where to start, and they're rarely empowered to be part of corporate solutions, which is where seed culture comes in. We help organizations to sow the seeds for a more sustainable future. We do this by equipping employees with the knowledge, tools, and inspiration to be part of the solution, both at work and at home. Our initial product, launched just a few months ago, is a gamified learning platform that upskills teams on sustainability topics in a fun and engaging way. As employees complete our bite-sized interactive modules on topics like climate change and the circular economy, they earn virtual trees, which we then plant on their behalf in real life via our partners. Organizations can select and even tailor the content from our growing library to reflect their sustainability strategy. But we know that education is not enough, that the real change comes about when employees can connect what they've learned to tangible action, which is why our vision is to not only expand our library of sustainability content to be relevant across all roles and departments, but to catalyse employee behaviour change and empower them to drive initiatives for climate innovations in their companies. In this way, we will act as a Sherpa to guide employees in their own sustainability journeys, whilst also helping companies to achieve their climate and sustainability targets. This is all underpinned by behavioural science, because we believe that instead of having our psychology working against us, we should be leveraging the many tools at our disposal to have it work for us. By making sustainability learning and action simple, social, and rewarding for people, we hope to make climate-friendly behaviours contagious, and yes, to flatten the curve on emissions. In conclusion, we reap what we sow, and what we envision is often what is translated into reality. So why not sow the seeds for a culture that is centred around action, hope, and a vision for a better future? Just to finish up, in terms of our ask, we are currently running a pilot program with a select group of organisations. So what we're really looking for is more companies to join in on this pilot, in which we're co-creating the product, both the initial product, our go-to-market product, but also the future vision for our product. So we're currently inviting further companies to be part of that pilot program. So we'd love to chat if there are any out there that would like to be a part of that. Thank you very much.
Okay, Caitlin, thank you. Well, you made the ask. That was definitely in there. So seed culture, let's start with Christina, actually. Bring her in and see what her thoughts are. And Mirandam, I'll come to you after Christina, so please keep your audio off mute. Christina, please, your thoughts.
Yes, thank you. Caitlin, this is an area that I really believe is important for companies to move forward. They need the competence. So that's highly, this is highly needed. And you're doing trials with companies, which is also good because then you really get the good feedback. I'm just wary that there have been things like this before. So what is really new? So making you the difference that's going to scale huge. I'm not quite clear on that, but it is an area and there are lots of companies that haven't done it yet. So there is a market.
Excellent. Can I address that now or do we wait to the end?
We'll come back to you, Christina. Mirandam, please, your feedback for Christina. Sorry, for Caitlin.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a good presentation. And I think what I missed was the business model. I understand you are actually at the pilot phase, but I didn't get much clarity on how you would sustain your operations financially, even though the solution, is environmentally positive. I think it might not be fair to raise this issue with you alone. I haven't really had a feel of any sort of risk assessment in the pitches. I mean, just what is it that you see as a roadblock, and how are you going to to go around that? I think that will be it from my side. Over to you.
Thank you. Let's come to Peggy in our studio here in Sharm el
Okay.
Sheikh.
Thank you. Well, I love the mission because I also believe that every employee in every company has a role to play for climate. So I'm with you there. I think that this could be developed further, your pitch. There's a couple things I thought were missing. Again, like Miranda said, the business model. And then separately, I'm wondering, we've had experience at LinkedIn with gamification programs to try to change behavior. And what we've seen is great initial participation, and then it was difficult to keep people coming back. So I guess that's a comment, but maybe a question as well about how you're thinking about that.
Okay, and Ingmar, I will come to you to give the first rating. I'm going to give Caitlin a chance, really 1 minute, no more than 1 minute, to respond to the feedback you've heard. Go for it.
Excellent. Well, firstly, in terms of how we're different, the content, it's very, very engaging, very bite-sized, very modern. A lot of the sustainability learning content out there at the moment is quite technical and dry and fragmented. So that's one of our key value propositions. Why now? I think there's a really interesting mix of macro trends that are happening in terms of employee engagement, but also sustainability, how those come together and intersect. And employees are really wanting to be part of these solutions, and they're not empowered to at the moment. In terms of our business model, we will be rolling this out in a SaaS per seat charge per learner model, but that's something we're also looking to co-develop with our pilot customers. In terms of the gamification elements of it and how you keep people engaged, that's why we're really looking to lean into behavioral science here, understand what are some of the core drivers here, how can we tap into that intrinsic motivation from people to keep them coming back, make that rewarding, not just have it around behavior change, but also around how they can contribute to ideas. So similarly with Tim, the previous pitch, I think that's a really great way to engage people and do that in a different way as well as the learning content. So,
great. Thank you, Caitlin. I hear you. As a behavioral scientist, I can appreciate that. Ingmar, over to you. Rating.
Before the rating, just a comment. I think I would like to hear a little bit more about the organization. How many employees do you have? How big is it? How long have you been doing it, et cetera, to get a little bit better understanding of your journey. I think you're onto something, but I have a problem to give really high scores when I don't really understand how this is going to scale and how this is going to work. I understand that you have something that's really needed solution, and you seems to know what you're talking about, but I don't really understand exactly how you do it. And you need to put a little more energy or time, but time is the problem here. But anyway, you need to explain that a little bit more to get my high scores. So I will give 3 Climate Love.
Okay, we have a 3 out of 5 from Ingmar. Peggy, how about from you?
Also a 3.
3 from Peggy. Mirandam, how about from you?
Yeah, I'll give it a 4. I think, the 1 minute explanation was very useful, even more useful than the initial pitch in terms of my understanding of the solution and the business model. Yeah, so a 4 for me.
4 from Mirandam and Christina.
I give it a 3, and after you've done those trials, that could be higher. Excellent.
Okay, well, Caitlin, thank you so much for having the ambition to create this idea, and we look forward to seeing you bring it into reality. Thank you for taking this time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the time. Thanks, everybody.
All right, we are now moving to our next pitcher, Immaculate Akello, who has founded Carry Naturals. So Immaculate, if you are able to hear us, your 5 minutes to pitch the judges starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Immaculate Akello. I am the founder of Carry Naturals, a green business venture that is promoting reforestation by adding value to share. Carry is a Luo word that means your glory. So you could be asking yourself, why share? Why should we get interested in the share nut tree? So the share nut tree is a native African tree that is currently growing in 17 African countries, including Uganda, where I come from, Nigeria, and Ghana, among others. In 2019, the Food and Agricultural Organization issued out a report that stated that 16 million youths and women in Africa were directly or indirectly employed in the share value and also in the share woodlands. Economically, share provides an alternative livelihood and food. The share butter is an edible butter, but also the share butter is a highly commercialized product at international level and also locally within Uganda and West Africa. So these rural women that I work with actually sell share butter and also share nuts as a way to generate income to meet some of their needs. Well, today, as we're speaking about climate change, most of us will agree that trees are the lungs of the earth. And Dr. Victoria Mayer, that I had the opportunity to listen to on the We Don't Have Time YouTube channel, and a carbon scientist, actually says that while there's a lot of research and we appreciate on how to curb carbon using technology, but trees have still proven to be the most effective ways to curb carbon. And for us as Carry Naturals, we want to go local. We want to use rural features. In fact, we call it a rural featurism project. As we appreciate that trees are an effective way, we also want to use trees that are long-lasting, but also trees that add value. So compared to other trees that usually after 5 or 7 years, you're cutting them down for timber or charcoal, the share nut tree, after research, has been proven to last and yield fruits for 200 years. So if we are able to build a business model and a value chain around the share nut tree within Uganda and the rest of the 17 African countries when we scale up, and perhaps beyond the 17 African countries, we will be able to keep more trees standing on the rural fields and empower more rural women and youth. So you'll ask yourself, with all this, what is Carry Naturals doing? So Carry Naturals is running a self project. We call our project the self project because the women do it themselves. So we are working with 150 rural women in northern Uganda in a district called Otuke. And the women are engaged in the collecting of the nuts, the drying of the nuts, and a few of them in the processing of the nuts. When they collect the nuts, we don't take it for free. We buy the nuts from them. And then we process the nuts into butter. But when we are processing the nuts, we are conscious of how much carbon we're emitting in the atmosphere. So we use an electronic machine to process these nuts. When we process the butter, our biggest market for the raw unrefined butter is in Europe. So we have sold to UK, we have sold to Germany and Belgium, among others. But in the local market, we also add value and have uncrafted butters, lotion, cream, and soap are some of the products that we produce locally. The byproduct, we do not throw it away. The shea cake, which is a byproduct, and the shells, we process it into briquettes to work as an alternative source of energy. Initially, we used to face a challenge of government goodwill because the shea nut tree was being cut down. It's one of the best trees for charcoal. But now there is good political will, and we have seen support by government to scale up shea production and conservation. The government has noticed that shea is a valuable product at international level. And recently we had a presidential ban on shea tree cutting. And the Ministry of Agriculture actually declared shea as a cash crop. And also in the 2022 report by the Ministry of Agriculture of Uganda, they indicated that shea oil is an edible oil, which is an alternative to the oil deficit within the country. With the ecological and nature-based benefits that we have shared, and also the commercial value, We believe that the reforestation of shea is a scalable project across Africa, but we can use this module to do the same for other countries that could perhaps venture into things like moringa and other valuable trees. Our hope is to keep more trees standing, economically empower rural communities, but also above all, to have people see value for why they need the tree standing. We know the world is a capitalistic society. Money is an important aspect. It should never be shied away from. So while we make money by selling products as Kerry Naturals, we put back money in the hands of the rural communities, the people that don't have the opportunity to sit in the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Immaculate, for sharing that with us. Let's go straight to the judges. Mirandam, let's start with you. What is your feedback for Immaculate?
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a very good presentation, full of data, statistics from credible sources, and I like that. Highlighting the direct beneficiaries and the gender mainstreaming aspect of the project. I think that was very impactful, and it is also interesting to note that you have exported your products to Europe, you have sold locally, but as an investment banker, I would have loved to hear some numbers around your sales up to this point. You also concluded your pitch without letting us know what exactly you are asking for. Are you asking for partnerships? Are you asking for financial resources? Are you asking for I don't know what kind of support you want? That didn't come out clearly. But I think in all, that was a good presentation. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, Mirandam. Let's go to you, Christina. Your feedback for Immaculate.
Yes, I also like this model of conservation, the deforestation problem here, that the tree is actually more worth when it's standing, and that you could take that all the way to a business model where, like you said, rural women will collect these nuts and make products and sell them. So that's really good, and number of countries already do this. So I'm also looking at, what is your next step? Do you want to, sell the whole idea that you've done, both working with the community, with the country, and then with the local people doing business on it? It seems like you've done a trick of making this a business. So what do you want to do with it?
Thank you, Christina. Ingmar?
I like this, and I like that it's also that you want to scale this to more countries in Africa, and you already export to a lot of European countries. I think you're onto something here, but as the previous jurors has told, what do you need in order to really scale this and just do more of it? What's your biggest challenge?
Okay, and Peggy, can you please give us your feedback as well as your rating? And then we're going to go back through the judges and collect their ratings, and we'll tally the final score. Go for it, Peggy.
Yeah, okay. I thought I agree with everything that's been said. I'll say that. I really think it was well organized and lots of details. I didn't hear a lot about the competition and pricing and how your method of collecting the nuts and manufacturing and distributing compares with, the established market that's already out there. And there was also not a specific ask. So I'm really struggling between a 4 and a 5.
Are you saying there's a 4.5? We're going to give half of a heart. All right, well, Ingmar can take out the scissors and cut up that green cardboard for you then.
Wait, can I ask that?
We're not allowed to give half.
We're not allowed to give half.
But we can do like this. If you give 4, I can give 5, or we can do it.
4 then, and over to Ingmar.
So I give you a 5 if Peggy gives a 4.
Okay, so you have a 4 from Peggy, a 5 from Ingmar. Mirandam, to you.
I think it will be a 5 for me.
5 from Mirandam, and Christina?
And I'll give a 4.
Okay. So please take the feedback on, Immaculate, and thank you so much for joining us. for pitching your fantastic idea, and know that you have our full support in accelerating your solution to the climate crisis. We appreciate you. Thank you.
All right.
Next in studio, we're
Thank you.
excited to have two co-founders, two executive directors for Care About Climate. We have Haley Campbell and Opeyemi Alujulo. Not too bad in pronunciation. I will give this microphone to you.
All right, thank you so much for having us here today. We know that more than 40% of our planet is comprised of young people, yet the average age of world leaders is 65 years old. More so, even though 69% of people agree that political systems would be better off if there were more opportunities to engage young people to have a say in policy, a majority of young people lack access to the climate policy knowledge that is the foundation of our futures. My name is Haley Campbell. I have a master's in sustainability solutions, and I'm the co-executive director of Care About Climate. I grew up in Texas in the United States, in the land of climate deniers, so getting involved in the climate space was a feat for me. I now live in Hawaii, a space that is feeling the impacts of climate change every single day. And for me, my first exposure to the international climate space was during the Chile Madrid COP. I went there with not much training and not a clue of really what was going on, and I left feeling hopeless that I didn't really have many opportunities to make a difference as a climate advocate.
And my name is Elijah Kwemi, an environmental manager from Nigeria. And by advanced degree, I have an environmental control and management, a master's degree. And I am the co-executive director of Care About Climate. My first COP experience as well is the Chile Madrid COP25. And I remember heading to COP25 excited, but then leaving COP25 confused and lost for words, despite having so much to say about how climate change is ravaging the lives and livelihoods of my communities and country and region. And this again speaks to the wide gap between having the accessibility and also privilege for young people to be engaged in decision-making space.
At Care About Climate, we recognize this gap and that we don't have any more time to keep telling young people that we care about their contributions to tackling the climate crisis without actually including them in these spaces. Care About Climate empowers young people to manage up and be effective leaders in these spaces by increasing access to high-level climate decision-making spaces and providing peer-to-peer policy training and mentorship.
And one of the ways we do this is through our NDC Equity Trackers project. The nationally determined contribution, otherwise known as the NDCs, are the blueprints drafted by countries to tackle the climate crisis and are the cornerstones of the Paris Agreement. In simpler terms, these are the job description of each country's role in securing our future. We know the NDCs lack ambition, and it puts the world on the track to warm by over 2 degrees. Yet, at the same time, we see that when young people are included in the NDC co-development, the commitments are more ambitious and inclusive. Unfortunately, a UNICEF study finds that just 30% of the national climate policies are child-sensitive, and only 12% actually engage young people in the development of the NDC.
Our solution is to help countries reach their climate promises by empowering young people to engage in NDC development processes and create publicly accessible database that is helping people understand how they can see equity within their NDCs as a tool for informed dialogue between the public and their governments. By doing so, we are bridging the often unaddressed gap between local action and international climate policy from the grassroots up. While many scientists focus on mitigation of NDCs, up until now, no entity is collectively tracking the intersection of equity and justice in NDCs. Care About Climate's NDC Equity Project boldly fills this gap while giving opportunities for leadership to youth around the world.
The NDC Equity Tracker project pairs young people with experienced mentors in the climate space to review their country's NDCs and provide recommendations on gender, youth, and civil society inclusion. More so, because youth agency is essential to a just future, we empower each team to choose an additional topic to analyze, thus creating an intersectional overview of NDCs. And in just 2 years, we have trained more than 115 young people on NDCs, resulting in 45 intersection analyses that represent 77% of global emissions and all the 6 UN regions. And one interesting result of our current analysis of the NDC finds that out of the 45 countries analyzed through our project, only 5 NDCs adequately engage young people in the design, and there are almost no inclusion of young people in the implementation of the NDCs.
So we shared the NDC project analysis at Outcomes of COP26, at a side event, at SB 56, at the Middle East and North Africa Climate Week, and many other spaces where we're uplifting young people to share these perspectives with their countries. And now we will do so at the first ever Children and Youth Pavilion here at COP27. So what would a partnership with We Don't Have Time and its partners mean for us, Obiemi?
Such partnership are an opportunity to support more young people in analyzing an increased number of NDCs to inform the global stocktake and increase the number of global youths that we are able to equip with the requisite skills for leadership and meaningful engagement in the climate justice space. Your support will also help expand our interactive virtual COP climate training platform, which welcomed nearly 100 participants from 30 countries in its inaugural year and trains vulnerable groups to engage in quick actions on international policies, as well as assess mentorship on the roles of NDCs in addressing the climate crisis.
Our NDC project's innovation lies in creating an intergenerational framework for analyzing the impacts of climate actions while building civil society power to demand and align solutions that meet the magnitude of the climate crisis. We don't have time to waste on empowering young people to be climate leaders. We hope that you will join us in caring about the climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haley and Opeyemi. Thank you for sharing what you're working on together as executive directors of Care About Climate. So we're going to go to our judges. I'm going to ask you to please give your feedback as well as your rating. Let's do them together. And Ingmar, I'll end with you since you're holding that heart. And I will begin with Christina. Let's start with Christina. And so if the two of you want to maybe just come around this way so you can take a look at, or maybe return the microphone to Ingmar and then join Bill.
Okay.
Go ahead, Christina.
I really like this one because I believe that young people around the globe can come up with better analysis than people in power sometimes. So I think this is really key. What you're doing. I don't think I got all of it, but I think this is really nice, and the intergenerational justice that you're doing is also key. So I think you, with what you do, you can find some keys to unlocking the NDC problems we have today. So I believe it's a 5.
Okay, that's a full 5 out of 5 from Christina Kalmark. Our We Don't Have Time studio in Stockholm being represented with Christina. Thank you. Let's go to Mirandam from UNDP. Please, sir, your feedback and rating for these 2 young entrepreneurs.
Okay, thank you very much for this good presentation. I think I liked the gender balance on a lighter note, and I think the teamwork. I think from my experience, it has been difficult for to do a 5-minute pitch as a team. The last time I participated in a similar event, I think it was well done, and I think in terms of delivery, I think you nailed it. Congrats on that. In terms of the solution, I'm not sure I understood it very well. I think this sounds like maybe a non-profit kind of initiative, and I think it should have been clear in terms of business model, because not every solution should be for profit or should make money. It might not even make money to sustain itself. It could be, it could rely on grants, and I think I didn't get enough clarity around the business model. So I'll give it a 4. Thank you.
Mirandam, thank you for that. Thank you for the feedback. Let's go to Peggy. Would love to hear your feedback from your vantage point at LinkedIn as well.
Well, first of all, wow, because the positive energy was just flowing through the room. So I think what you did really well was introduce yourselves and get us engaged, and we understand your passion. you might have spent a little less time on that and a little more time on what Miranda was saying, like explaining to us how. We kind of got the what, but not exactly the how of how you're going to do this. And I'm not sure I'm totally clear on the ask either. So I think just with some more work, you can, clarify those things. So I would give it a 4 also.
We have a 4 from Peggy, Head of Sustainability, LinkedIn, and the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time, Ingmar. What will the verdict be from you?
I have a lot of microphones now. But no, I actually love this solution you have, because young people needs to be at the table when their future are decided. Not just because it's their future, but also because that there are so many young people that knows about the climate crisis that old people needs to hear about. So you need to share the knowledge as well. So I think that's really needed. And I also think another thing is awesome with this, and that is, it's not, I mean, it's easy to complain that the policymakers and the politicians and the business leaders and those in power are not doing their job. But that will not take us anywhere, actually, if we don't involve and engage and take part of that decisions. And that's why I'm actually giving this a 5, because we need young people taking part and engaging, and that's also how we recruit a lot of other people to be inspired and wants to do this. The time to do only protesting is over. Now we need to take those protests to the power, and not to be against the power, but to become the power. And you have some tool where you're kind of inviting yourself to the table. And I think you lead a lot of support of what you do, and that's why I want to give you this 5 love.
Okay, well, congratulations, incredible pitch and energy, and all the best to you in moving this forward, and know that you have We Don't Have Time support as well. Good luck in this competition. Thank you to you both. Okay, and next we have coming in via Zoom. Evan Hayes, CEO and co-founder of Climate Base. Your 5 minutes begins now.
All right, sorry about that. It looks like I wasn't able to unmute myself there for a moment. Well, thanks so much for having me. My name is Evan Hines, and in early 2019, I came to the conclusion that I wouldn't feel fulfilled in my own career if I couldn't figure out some way of making it focused on addressing climate change. And this stems from my own reaction to seeing the world burning around me and seeing how everyone around me at the time seemed to just kind of continue on with their day-to-day, putting up the blinders and secretly harboring the feeling, though, of, well, things are screwed and I'm not doing anything about it. And that feeling led me to start looking for a climate job. What I experienced as a job seeker back then was a number of really big challenges. One, I couldn't find actual climate jobs. LinkedIn and Indeed, hey Peggy, good to see you. They just simply don't answer the critical question that hundreds of millions of people around the world need to know if they're going to work on climate, which is what organizations are working on climate and who's hiring. These major generic platforms for hiring, LinkedIn and Indeed and others, don't have a category for climate, because climate isn't a single industry or a sector. Rather, climate is a filter. It is a lens through which we can see all of these industries and sectors, organizations, and their jobs. And we can identify within that lens, using that lens, who's working on climate. But these platforms are unable to do so without potentially running a huge risk of greenwashing. On top of that, keyword search doesn't work for climate, because climate, unlike software engineering, marketing, or sales, is not a functional role type. Climate is a theme. And there are roles, countless roles for all different kinds of folks with all different kinds of background and skills within climate. And yet again, they are unable to find and identify those opportunities. Now, on the other side, as I kept exploring this problem as an individual job seeker and understanding, wrapping my head around the challenge, I realized that this isn't just an issue affecting me and people who are mission driven, who want to make this their life's work. In fact, there are around 75,000 climate companies in existence today, active in the market, hiring. And hiring is their #1 greatest challenge. It is the most common pain point listed among climate companies, including renewable energy companies, climate tech companies, of which there are many and rapidly growing, as well as environmental nonprofits. And this is, if you think about it for a second, this is a major opportunity for impact. We're talking about the organizations in the world that are tasked with developing and scaling climate solutions. And the fact that they aren't able to effectively hire is preposterous, considering that in reality, what they're doing is incredibly cool and that there's a wave of talent that is eager to work on climate. So at Climate Base, we set off on a mission to solve this. I'm going to share my screen. Now, I would normally share the whole deck, but I've been told I can only show one slide. So I'll just put this in the presentation mode. So at Climate Base, we solve this by helping climate companies hire mission-driven talent. We have a platform for climate careers. And what we do is we combine a combination of a specialized hiring platform, one that is branded, pre-curated, pre-vetted for every organization on our platform. And it actually answers, for the first time ever, we are able to answer the question, what organizations are working on climate and who's hiring? And we combine that with a hyper-focused community baked into the platform. And we layer that with aggregated, vetted climate news and climate content from various sources around the world, media publications, bloggers, independent podcasters, and more. What we're doing is really creating a market flywheel, a market network flywheel, where we're able to capitalize on the network effects of a hiring marketplace, but we make it sticky by layering community and aggregated content that keeps people up to date on what's happening in the space throughout their climate careers. We're already the world's #1 hiring platform. And for most of you in the US and Europe who might be tuning in, if you Google climate jobs, we'll most certainly be the first organic Google result for that keyword search. To date, we've had nearly 1 million people use Climate Base to discover organizations and apply to their jobs focused on climate. We now have also over 40,000 jobs that have been posted to the platform over the past 2 years. We quite literally have the world's best data on climate jobs. There's a lot of discussion around climate jobs right now. Well, we actually have the data to say what are the most in-demand roles per different sector, per different solution. What are the hardest to fill positions and types of roles per different sector and solutions? This is critical data that is, I think, highly relevant to not only job seekers and companies, but also investors, philanthropists, educational institutions around the world, as they recognize the need to upskill and train and really just prepare with climate literacy the next wave of talent to tackle this issue. And we've also been monetizing. We're going to come up on, well, maybe I shouldn't talk about that here. I don't know if that's an appropriate venue, but needless to say, we're running a profit as a team of 5. We have really huge ambitions, and we've also launched a number of educational programs within the platform on Climate Base as a way of kickstarting that community, where we are equipping highly selective talent that we bring into the program with climate literacy, community, and access to experts. When we think about the market size here, we're charging companies on average $20,000 per year for a whole variety of different products and services that we provide that are highly scalable, entirely within the platform, including unlimited job posts, AI-driven talent sourcing, actually proactively connecting them with talent in our network, and also access to actually join our entire community where they can engage with our community of talent in a way that is far more personal than just simple job posts. So in many ways, what we're building is, and I hesitate to use this word because I know we have a representative from LinkedIn here today, but LinkedIn for climate and tackling this challenge that LinkedIn and Indeed are simply not able to do. And I'll just preemptively address this as well, because I know that there's probably a lot of folks who aren't entirely familiar with how hiring marketplaces work. This is not a winners take all market. So, I don't believe that LinkedIn and Indeed are in a good position to tackle this challenge, but even if they did, it doesn't matter. When you post jobs as a company, you don't choose just one platform. You post your jobs everywhere and you spend your money on the solution that's the best. So at Climate Base, we aim to be the best. And when we think about the market opportunity ahead, well, there's 75,000 active climate companies in the world today. times 20,000. That's our average price point for these companies that we're targeting. So that gets us a $1.4 billion SAM in a market that is growing at a 17.5% compound annual growth rate over the past 4 years, and expected to actually kick up into gear to nearly 25% compound annual growth rate for the next 10 years.
Great.
So we are
Evan,
literally
thank
being
you.
fueled by the strongest tailwinds in history.
Thank you for sharing all of that. This is such a needed service and fantastic solution. You'll be hearing from the judges, I'm sure, that you need to stick to time, but thank you for taking the time and sharing with us what you are doing. So let's kick off the feedback, and let's start with the judge that you referenced in your pitch. Let's go straight to Peggy. What would you like to share with Evan?
Yeah, no, and Evan and I have spoken. We share the same goal. You know, LinkedIn's data shows that over the next couple years, the demand for talent with green skills is going to outpace the supply. And so we need to skill up the workforce, and we need to point them in the direction toward the opportunities. So what he might not know is that over the last 2 years, we've invested a lot in a green skills taxonomy, 1,050 skills that we've identified that all are climate action skills. So the way we define the jobs is any job posting that requires a minimum number of green skills in order to do it well, we consider a green job. And we launched a green jobs collection in April. So we share the same goal, you know, and we all need to be in this together. So in terms of, I thought he gave some good data about the size of the market and the importance of this. And even, yes, you should bring in your monetization. So he talked about that. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. I'll come back to you for the rating then. I'm going to go to Mirandam. Mirandam, Evan really provided a lot of facts and made the ask. So I'm curious to see what your feedback is for him.
Yeah, I think he came alive. Evan, congrats for a very wonderful presentation, a clear market, analysis, clear value proposition. I'm just wondering, Evan, what do you want? Because I think this is a solution that is already, out there. You are making money. I'm not sure if you are profitable yet. What do you need to take this to the next level? That will be my question. But I think you got all the ingredients in there. That was a fantastic one.
Well, look, we are profitable, and we are raising our first round of funding right now. So, that's part of it. We are raising, and I figured this would be a cool opportunity to pitch. But I'll also say that I'm mainly here because I want the world to know that we exist, that we are a free resource for job seekers who are looking to make climate their career. So that's really what I'm here to do is share Climate Base as a free resource for the world.
Thank you, Evan. Let's go to Christina.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Evan. Nice seeing you again. I can just say that I see the same thing as LinkedIn. I see with the partners that I talk to, the partners we have at We Don't Have Time, they are lacking some of the skills that they try to hire. So it's getting scarce and there will be a competition. There are two levels in this. One is the local level. Do you want to hire people in your hometown? Or could this be a global job online? And here I think you could be really successful going forward because many of these jobs could be done remote. So well done. And the village or the area needs to be bigger and bigger to pick up people, I think.
And Christina, your rating? I forgot to ask Mirandam. Let's get your rating and then I'll go to Mirandam.
Get a 4 from me.
Okay, 4 from Christina. Mirandam, from you?
It will be a 5.
5 from Mirandam. Peggy, from you?
4.
4 from Peggy. So, final thoughts, feedback, and rating, Ingmar.
We need to recruit people, so I think we need to talk more after this because it's a struggle to find the talents, and what we really need is to find people with competence and purpose and passion. So I think you have that on your platform. I also think this is a very needed solution. But what I would really like to see is you open up the platform in the business model to be very cooperative, and instead of seeing LinkedIn as a competitor, I would love to see both of you just link together, because I think you will be win-win if you do that. And I think you could get revenue streams that will be enough to both and will actually be more. So I hope this also will be leading to a conversation between you two, because I think you have something there. One last thing, I think Christina had a really, really good point, and that is it's a lot of recruiters. It's also job markets out there. And what will be a challenge is, of course, to recruit locally, because you need to be a really, really big platform to be relevant on all cities on Earth. You have that on LinkedIn, but it's much harder to have that relevance and that user base if you're a new platform. So I think what Christina suggested could be really interesting, and that is to have not just recruiting talents for climate companies, but also have a new way of doing the work. We have a big, so many companies need those competence, and they are not here in this city, but they're maybe on another continent, on another country, and today it's very much possible to work remotely. Maybe you could be the platform that not just link jobs together with companies, but also link them together in a new way of doing the work, so that if I'm a sustainable company in Stockholm, I could find someone that on a really efficient level is good at doing distance work from, I don't know, Egypt. So I think you could only develop this further, and I love the concept, so that's why I give 5 love.
Okay, we have a 5 from Ingmar. Not a bad tally for you. Evan, thank you so much for coming on Dragonfly's Den and pitching to us. So to those of you that have tuned in from around the world, thank you for joining us. We will not be able to announce today's winner yet because we need to compile all of your votes. We will be doing that, and we will announce the winner from today's session tomorrow. So please tune in tomorrow. And that's a wrap today for Dragonfly's Den. Thank you all so much for your engagement. Thank you to all of the pitchers. Thank you to the judges. We will see you back here again tomorrow in Sharm el-Sheikh, live in our studio, or from wherever you are joining us from around the world. Thank you. Yes, so we've had quite the day, as you can see. From morning all the way to the end of the evening of day 2 here in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27. So your thoughts, Ingmar, how do you feel it's been going today?
Interesting content, but it has been a very challenging day because setting up this broadcast studio in another country inside a very, very security area where everyone is doing the same and you don't have the resources is very challenging. And we actually stayed up the whole night mounting up everything because we were delayed in customs with all the tech stuff. So I will again very much thank to the Swedish embassy for helping us fixing that problem and all the other people involved. It was many, many people. And we had some glitches today as well. We had one person in the audience here actually, by mistake, pulled the plug for all the cameras, so they have no electricity. That was a challenge. Another challenge is that someone did, I don't know, they found their way back in the backstage here, and I hope it was a mistake, they pulled the whole internet cable in the middle of a broadcast. But this shows one thing, and that if we're going to be able to do things in a more unstable climate, we need to be very resilient and we need to adapt. That's the only way forward for everyone now. So I'm very, very thankful for the full team here putting everything together, and amazing how we have adapted to all the challenges. Mostly we have had a broadcast with millions of viewers. So that has been I haven't really enjoyed the content. I'm more into the adapting the broadcast thing.
Well, that's why it's so good that all of this video is archived. You can play on demand at your convenience. So I don't have to say this to those that are tuning in, but for those who might have missed pieces of the programming today, please go back and watch it. That's the whole point. We make all of this broadcast and video accessible. It's available on demand at your leisure. So you can go back and enjoy it when you have some time after all of this is through. So we're very excited because we're going to wrap every one of these broadcast days with some culture. And this is going to be the kickoff of the first culture segment that we're going to round out this day with. And it's about the runners that have arrived today in Sharm el-Sheikh. And they've been running, which started in Glasgow. And this can actually be better explained by this video. Let's check it out. So the runners are here today, and they will be explaining the process that kicked off from COP26.
This baton is going to be carried on our running out of time relay all the way from here, Glasgow, to Egypt. Something that's carried between people. Yes or no?
And he's off! He's gone!
Feet, go. Check buttons there. Hey, all right.
Human rights, whether that's water or education, or so this is another way of sort of creating the frameworks that are.
Here it comes.
Are very well aware about this issue. Yeah. I'm going around and plastica se creato bravo liquid.
We'll do an interview when you put your breath.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'll go back to the office. Do not blame me later on.
No, it's cool.
Okay. Is that okay? Okay.
Όχι, δεν θα έρθετε πίσω, να σου πάρω τηλέφωνο. Ωραία, ωραία. Θα πάτε στον πύργο και θα έρθω εγώ από εκεί από τον πύργο. Μάλιστα.
Yeah, man. This way to Egypt.
This way to Egypt, that's right. You are, right, great. Are you ready to run?
Am I running?
Yeah, we're all running. Oh.
Za naše športnike. V cilju pa vas pričakujemo predstavniki sodelavcev.
Nice.
Yes! Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we going ahead? Here we go. All right. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Boom. There you go. All right. Go, 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 go. Abby, you're going to speak to me at the end. Okay? You can just go and shake his hand. Okay, I'll film it.
So it is my absolute pleasure to welcome one of these relay participants, Abe Lim, and she has been part of this crew since the beginning. She's been running here and sailing here and bicycling here from Glasgow. She has journeyed 7,767 kilometers with the relay baton. So incredible. Welcome. We're so pleased to have you.
Thank you so much. This is such an honor to be finally here. And this was actually our finale day. So you got us in time.
Okay, so we are part of your celebration. We are very humbled that you took the time to join us on stage to tell us a little bit about your journey. So let's start with that. What was this journey like?
The journey in the beginning was already tiring, I would say, because UK has a lot of projects. We work with a lot of schools and a lot of businesses. So the message of the entire relay is on climate education and climate awareness. And we were just thinking how we could get all of these entities together and do something and show that if we're united, we could do anything. And this is how the climate relay started, because nobody could do 7,767 kilometers alone themselves. And we separated each segment into 10 kilometers each or 20 kilometers. But at the same time, throughout the journey, we do overcome some difficulties, especially from developing countries like Bosnia or countries that are still trying to heal in a way. So there are empty stages that there's no participants, and that's where me and my crewmates, we have to step in and start riding 60 kilometers or 100 kilometers in a day. So it has been a really, extraordinary experience.
So feel free to ask a question, Ingmar, if you would like.
I'm so impressed. I mean, I thought my adventure last year going with train from Stockholm to Glasgow was an achievement, but I mean, running from Glasgow to here, I'm very impressed of it, and I think it's very important to do what you and your colleagues have done, because it shows that it can be done. It's a lot of challenges, and the only way we can fix the climate crisis is to just do it and show other people that it's possible. And it's also sharing a message of hope, because you're doing it not just alone, you're doing it together. And so running is the best moment ever. What I hope is that you don't stop running. Run for the future, like Forrest Gump. Everyone should follow. I'm not so good at running, but I can follow a bit.
Okay, you can be the athletes on the stage and run for me, please, because I am exceptionally impressed by all of this. I am not a runner at all. And you managed to rally so many, no pun intended, this rally for this relay, right? So many young people. How did this all start? How did this initiative begin?
So this initiative began with World Relay Limited in collaboration with FEE Global, which is a foundation for environmental education. So they have tons of partners around the 18 countries already. They have eco schools, they have the Blue Flag movement, they also have the Green Key hotels. So we were leveraging on their partners to be involved in this entire relay. So the entire relay wasn't just about running or cycling or sailing, it's also about stopping in each of the schools and for them to show us what they have been doing to advocate for sustainability and climate awareness. And there was actually one of the schools in Montenegro that I went to. It was in the middle of nowhere. We cycled into there, but there were thousands of kids coming out to greet us, and they were holding like placards. Wow. And it was a mini climate strike that we didn't expect it, but this has been the trend on a lot of schools. It's an opportunity for kids to come out and celebrate something, and just a reason for them to come out and speak about climate change as well. So instead of just being a running relay, it became a full-on climate program throughout 18 countries. Every single stop we visited, people were celebrating, people were clapping, cheering, and people were holding signs, and they started giving speeches as well. And we were just like, wow, like we did not plan this, but they did it themselves. All we did was giving them a platform. And this just shows that if you give the opportunity and the platform for people to do something, they will either do it to the best of it, or sometimes they just don't care. But most of the time that we've been into this journey, I mean,
it takes
it's been
young
incredible.
people like you that do care, that come together, that are really making noise, getting other young people excited. So we're just joining this chorus with you. And now that you're here and even more people are paying attention and watching, we're broadcasting this right now to thousands and millions of viewers around the world. What would you like to say to them? What would you like to share about your experience and your ambitions that you have now going forward, now that you've made it all the way to Sharm el-Sheikh?
Well, going forward from now, the whole relay was about climate education, so I definitely am putting that on my top agenda. The last COP itself, when we adopted the Glasgow Work Programme, that was one of the main agenda, and we have also the ACE agenda this COP. It's called Action for Climate Empowerment, and it is one of the main negotiations for youth to focus on, but at the same time, it's going really slow today. And I will be focusing on that negotiations and also on climate education talks. For example, the EU is leading on climate change education. Just earlier this afternoon, we had a session with the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic and the President of Romania. So they've taken the initiative to put the climate education at the top of their priority, but it's not adopted yet. We'll have to see.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Don't leave us yet. Stay on stage. Ingmar will be inviting a few more young people to join us up here.
Yeah, so I would like to invite Anita Soina. climate advocate and green warrior from Kenya. And we met last time in Stockholm, but before that it was in Glasgow. And I would also like to invite Nika Gerona, a climate reality leader like me, but from Philippines. Welcome here. And what we're going to do now is that if you could give me those climate love and climate warning, both of them. We are going to kind of give reviews to the COP meetings. I mean, we shall not start with the good news, because I would like to end with the good news. So I would like us to start with the climate warning and go round this group. And if you start with you, Nika, what do you see has been really a failure and disappointment today going on here at COP?
Oh,
sorry.
Well, for me, I wasn't really able to follow what is really happening with COP today, because I was doing communications. But to what I heard, I think we should focus more, because I'm from the Philippines, and the discussion on loss and damage is really important to me, because especially on loss and damage finance. And I think loss and damage finance should be more on grants and not on loans, because I want to see progress on how we could help help communities rebuild from this devastation, but at the same time not create debts to communities, because most of this loss and damage financing are centered more on loans and not on grants. So I guess that's, for me, is a climate warning.
And hopefully we could change that to a love in the future. And you, Anita?
Okay, so for me, I think it's the fact that we still have the most important rooms where we have the serious negotiations are very limited to young people. The rooms where we have invitation cards. Of course, I can say this time Africa has brought in more youths, especially from my country. We've had the government supporting young people with the party badges, but the problem still comes with accessing the rooms. So today I attended one of the forums in the African Pavilion, and we were only 2 youths, and it's because we went to the venue 2 hours before. So we were just sitting the entire time because we were afraid of leaving, because we knew if we come back, we are not going to be given the access. So I think that is what I'm not happy about.
That's certainly something that needs to be improved, I think. And what do you think?
For
this.
For
Who
this.
do you want to give this?
So I was at the SB 56 negotiations previously as well. I feel this past 2 days is just a reintroduction on what happened in SB 56. It has just been going rounds, introduction, again and again. So it hasn't been productive for the past 2 days. And we can't really do anything about it, because people from the SB 56, it's not the ministers, it's not the top level people, but right now the top level people are in, and we have to do this whole session again. And yeah, it was just an unproductive day. So, and we're running out of time.
Yeah.
We don't have time. And at the same time,
I agree.
And at the same time, the program is not organized quickly enough in a way.
And Shata?
What were we not happy about today? I would say that we have 2 weeks. It's critical we get it done. And exactly just echoing what Abby just said, because we shouldn't wait until those last 2 days, right? We're 48 hours into this. We have a planet that is on track to reach 2.8 degrees Celsius if we continue as business as usual. So wake up, listen to what the Secretary General has said, is we are participating in collective suicide, and let's start the negotiations and the implementation plans yesterday. Why are we going to wait until Solutions Day for this? I implore those at COP to start now. We haven't done enough. We're already 48 hours in.
And I would also like to add something. Oh, you did want? Did you? Okay. We need to disagree. And I'm going to say something I also think all of you are going to agree to. I saw this picture. I think it was from yesterday, actually. It was with all the world leaders gathered in the same room here. And I think it was one woman. I mean, it would have been okay, I'm a man, if they were on track doing something. But we have had those meetings with the same leaders over and over again, and it's not leading to any results. So maybe we should try to bring in the other half of the humanity, the women, into the table as well, just because I think that will help bringing better results. And the future belongs to all.
This is a good mix of men and women, this panel.
Yes. So let's focus on the good news, the love, and we go the other direction. So Shata, what has been the good news today? Who deserves this love?
The three young people that are here today. I was going to say young youth. That seems to be redundant, doesn't it? I am so impressed with the three of you and those that you represent, the next generation that is committed to accelerating solutions to the climate crisis, to holding leaders accountable, to diversifying the conversations, to ushering in a more breathable, equitable future. I love that that is the core and ethos of the young people that I'm meeting as a collective, and then you all go back to your respective communities and you continue to spread it. You continue to come up with creative initiatives that brings more and more young people on board. So I am so just impressed and want to give you that climate love, each of you here and those that you represent.
You're talking to me.
Notice I made eye contact with everyone else. No, I'm kidding. Of course to you as well, Ingmar. Nobody would be brought together on this panel today without Ingmar.
That was not. It was a joke. And how about you?
It would definitely be the first program I did with running, the finale program with Running Out of Time. It was our last stage, so it was our last final run, and we were greeted by the local students from Sharm el-Sheikh as well. That was an incredible feeling because we saw people crying, but like we don't know why because we're the ones running. But when they came to us and told us like, you know what, we're so happy to be a part of this historical moment. Thank you for having us. But for me, I always see it as the other way, like, thank you for coming.
I think it's awesome. That this is leadership. What if those 45 people in the room just running, just do something, not just talking?
It was 5,000 people collectively from 18 countries.
You could replace them. So, Anita, what do you think?
Okay, so for me, I have two. The first I mentioned before I gave my warning, is that our Permanent Secretary for Environment this time made it easy for youth to have a party badge and party overflow badge. That is to mean that we are also included in the government. And I am sure for the next 2 weeks, we'll be able to attend some of the events that maybe we could not attend without the badge. So the inclusivity. And another one is the Children and Youth Pavilion. For the very first time at COP, we have the Children and Youth Pavilion, which to me and so many other young people has been a very safe space for us. That during your free time and you need to work, you can go to the pavilion and work from there. And we can have our meetings from there. We could call and network with other young people from around the world. And I have also seen children at COP. And I'm sure it was also inspired by the Children and Youth Pavilion. Yes.
Yeah, well, for me, I think the same as Anita. I would like to give climate love to those who are people behind the success of the Children and Youth Pavilion. As she mentioned, it is the first ever pavilion for young people, and it really provides us a safe space to exchange knowledge and our to amplify our voice to drive action. And I also wanted to give a climate love for those people who made it possible for me to attend COP and to let me experience all this, to be here and be involved in meaningful discussions.
Great.
And yeah.
I have one more climate love, and that's for you for actually acknowledging that there's not enough women in the room. And it's refreshing to me because you're the one that brought up this issue of not having more women in leadership. Not any of us, there's 4 women here, but none of us said anything about it. It's like we're so, it's normal for us already, but the fact that you acknowledge it, I appreciate this so much. So thank you for that.
I only want the results, and I think it will bring better results, actually. So I think we also have some people.
Yes, we are going to bring in our hubs now from around the world. So really excited to first go to Stockholm, followed by Washington, D.C., and then Nairobi, Kenya. And you will be asked the same questions that we've been asking these incredible young people that have joined us on stage here in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27. But we have these hubs in these respective locations, and we will start by throwing this question to you, Christina. Who would you give the warning to so far at COP27?
I would give the warning to all those men that Ingmar talked about. If you always do what you always done, you will always get what you always gotten. So we come to these COP and we talk instead of running there. So things need to change. It's different. It's difficult to find new solutions if you have the same format all the time. So I want to give the warning to them. Yeah, do you want me to give the love as well?
Sure, let's hear the love.
The love is that we have the Climate Hub in Stockholm at the school, the Royal Institute for Technology, and we invited students talking about youth and young voices, and we've had a great crowd here during the day. We've had side events, we've been airing Al Gore's speech from yesterday a couple of times, getting reflections on that. So I really like this setting because it's all about the young voices and also knowledge building so that they have the skills going forward when they start working.
Excellent. Thank you, Christina, and thank you for representing our headquarters in Stockholm, Sweden. Much appreciate that insight. Let's go over now to Washington, D.C., where we have Simon, Head of Operations, giving his reflections. Let's hear your warning and love for COP27 thus far.
Yes, thank you so much for including us, and thank you for a great broadcast so far. I really appreciate all the hard work we see you put in there in Egypt, and we understand that it's not easy to put on such an amazing broadcast. I would like to give my climate love and my climate warning to 2 countries, actually. The warning I'm going to have to give to my own country, Sweden. And it was great to see the Swedish Climate Minister join us on our broadcast today. But seeing the new budget that the government just presented was not really great. They're talking a lot about focusing on climate and really supporting climate initiatives and supporting especially the transitions to more electric vehicles. But the budget they just presented is going in the direct opposite way. So I really hope Sweden will use this time at COP to show leadership once again, because I believe that Sweden can really be an important actor in showing leadership. And then the country I would like to give my climate love to is Tuvalu, who is the first country at COP and really using these climate talks to call for an international fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. And I mean, as we don't have time, we've been talking about this a long time, that we need to end all subsidies to fossil fuels. That's the only way to really promote the development of clean energy. So those are my climate love and my climate warning.
Well, thank you for that. That was very specific to these countries, and we'll be sure to shout them out on the We Don't Have Time platform. So those of you that are tuning in, we hope that you engage with the various reviews that you will see posted, and post your own reviews too. We are all giving climate warnings and climate love, whether you're here, whether you're in one of the countries that We Don't Have Time has offices in, or wherever you are around the world. That's the whole point of this tool that we've created, is for you to become engaged, to send your warnings, and to send your love. Patrick, to finish with you, please tell us what We Don't Have Time chapter in Nairobi, Kenya is thinking in terms of warning and love.
Thank you so much, Sveta. We are so happy for the event. It was very successful. Maybe I can start by giving love. And love is going first to Igima, because in his speech today, he discussed about fossil fuels, and he warned them that it's a matter of time. So we know we will win this battle. Not only Igima, but the whole generosity or generation in the world, they are looking forward to win that. I still give love to all audience here at Mount Kenya University. They have been with us, they are young generations. They are looking forward to see the change and action being taken. So all of you, I give you love. Second love, I'm giving to UNDP today. They have a very great session. And that session, they discussed with Swahili language, meaning we have to set this information to all corners of our planet. It doesn't care your religion, it doesn't care your planet, it doesn't care where you are coming from, but all of us, we should care for our planet. So I felt we should give them love. Apart from that, I felt that we should give love to the pitchers. I mean the people who pitch the ideas, their solutions regarding how they can make our planet better. Still, I give love to our activists who are there, like Soina Anita and the whole panel. Whatever they are telling the world, that's how we should go. For warning, I'm giving warning to UNFCCC. I mean the COP27, 197 copies, countries. They should deliver this time around. We have had a lot of so many promises in previous COPs, but in COP28, wherever it will be, we need to hear that that voice have been implemented, the action have been taken. So if they will not take action from now, the warning will be double next year. The second warning I can give out is the fossil fuel companies. They should stop right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for sharing that with us. And that brings us to the conclusion of the second day here at COP27. Thank you to each of the hubs. Thank you to everybody here in the studio with us. And I'm going to pass it over to Ingmar for some closing remarks.
Yes, and the final love I would like to give all our partners, the UNDP, the Nature Hub, the Ericsson, and Exponential Roadmap. Without you, we will not be here today. And without our media partners, we will just be talking to ourselves. So I would also like to give out a big love to Twitter, LinkedIn, European Broadcast Union, Spotify, EarthX, MongoBay, Bloomberg Green, now this. It's a lot of media partners we have. I'm very proud of that because we really need to get this message out. And lastly, it's incredible that we have those hubs that you just have seen. So I would like to give big thanks to the KTH Royal Institute in Stockholm and the Climate Reality Project Europe that also helped us with the Stockholm hub. I would like to thank Mount Kenya University and Just Dig It for hosting the Nairobi hub. And to Washington, D.C., I want to thank University School of International Service and Center for Environment, Community and Equity. We must thank all the speakers, of course, and all of you that have watched us since the morning. I know it's not millions that have watched the whole broadcast, but I know it's some that are doing that. Please share the message, join us tomorrow, and we can do it. But now we have some special guests that we're going to end this broadcast with on Zoom. Let's bring up those artists from Tanzania. Bernard Manjanga, better known by his stage name Ben Paul, is an artist, singer, songwriter from Tanzania. We're going to listen to a song you have written. What is it about, and what does this title Kijansha mean? I try to ask a question, but what does this song's title mean?
Kijanisha means make green.
Simple
like
as
make
that.
green, like simple as that.
Yeah,
Make green.
I love it.
And it carries the whole mission to regreen Africa. So Kijanisha is a Swahili word for make green.
Very beautiful word. I really like it. And I like the mission as well. You're from Tanzania. How have you yourself been affected by the climate crisis?
Right now, as we are speaking, we are having issues with water supply at the moment as we are speaking. There's like water rationing, water and also power rationing because of the weather changes. There has been a difference in rain seasons. It's not like the way it used to be. That's one. And also I do farming as well. Apart from music, I also see the impact of climate change in agriculture as well. So those are some of the areas that I have witnessed. Also, the changes in the temperature. It's also something which we are experiencing. Like right now, the sun is very harsh here in Tanzania. Even at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., it's very harsh already. So it's also one of the things that we can also feel that it's really happening. Like climate change is really happening.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's something that I actually reflected upon today, and that is all those people that are lagging behind, don't involve in the climate or even working against it. There's still a lot of people doing that with a lot of money. And sometimes you end up with an argue with them. I usually don't have time for that, but sometimes you can't avoid it. And the truth is that, I mean, they are wrong and we are right, and you just need to open your eyes. It's so stupid to try to deny what's happening. It's just open your eyes, and everyone that have some contact with nature, doesn't really matter what country you live in. Some are most worse affected, some are less affected, but everyone are affected. But if we live in a city and shop in a mall, we don't see it. But if we open our eyes and go outside, everyone see this. It's not a discussion anymore. So I have a question for you. How do we open people's eyes about this? I think what you're doing about culture is doing that, but can you explain a little bit how you think culture can help opening people's eyes?
One thing which I call the public to like take part is to make the climate action as a mainstream thing, as something which is like the same way we handled COVID-19. I would really love for the world, for everyone to take climate change as same with the same weight, like the same seriousness, because it's really going to affect us all, and it's already starting to show the consequences. So my call is for every individual to take this as an emergency and to play part. If you have a chance, everybody should learn how how it's happening, and also to better understand and play part. We can all play part in taking action against climate change.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. We're really excited to see this music video. So let's cue the music video and close out today on that excellent positive note. And thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Tukijanishe Afrika nzima, tukijanishe dunia nzima. Digging, kijanisha. Digging, kijanisha. Ni wajibu wetu kuipamba hii dunia na kutunza uoto asilia.
Tuoteshe miti tusikate, mijini na vijijini, tukabiliane na ukame pamoja nawe.
Kama kutakuwa na kesho, tusikatili kizazi kijacho. Kijanisha dunia ndo kitu ambacho ona kama ni nyumba yako inawaka moto, na hakuna plan B, there's no planet B. Hakutokuwa na kimbilio, okoa planet hii. We're greening is the movement, ungana na mi, chukua hatua, climate change is real.
It's a green world, kijani, ndoto yangu mazingira kuwa safi, kisiki hai, sikati mti na pogelea, naipamba nchi na nitegemea. So keep digging, kata kukata usikubali kata mti, yani keep digging, hicho kisiki usingoe kitakuletea ushindi. Keep digging, now let's regreen. Chukua hatua dhidi ya athari zitokanazo na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, tafadhali.
Tumia nafasi yako kuhamasisha, ewe msanii, tumia sanaa yako kuhamasisha, na muimbaji, tumia sauti yako kuhamasisha, turudishe ardhi ya kijani.